Hey guys, welcome to this Saturday evening stream, guy. Hey Thor, good to see you, brother. Okay, you get another snowstorm. That is, I hope it's not too bad for you, Thor. These snowstorms are really bad if they turn out to be worse. If they are keep on a normal level, they are not that bad, but I hope you manage, Thor. But I know you will do. Okay, Thor, more windy and then snowy. Yeah, that can be bad enough. It's tough if it's too windy. What about my mug, Thor? Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. Hey, Rainy Ridge, good to see you. And welcome to the stream, my friend. Yep, I do like this for you, buddy. Before I forget it. That makes everything easier. Hey, PV, how are you doing? Good to see you. How are you doing, Rainy? I hope everything is okay with you. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if you're up for it, feel free to click the link and join me up here. My week has been pretty good, actually, so I can't complain. All our snow is melting from all the rain. Okay. That makes everything to a mess, basically. How are you doing, Vanessa? And besides, we had 4 plus 4 this week, and now the temperature dropping here to minus again. So that is not funny. So next week we will probably have minus 19 to minus 30 degrees, somewhere in that range next week. So that will be fun. Especially when you are going to drive. Not. Hey, PV, are you going to join me up here, Brody? And besides, the topic for today is, guys, emergency preparedness for international travels. And actually, it was preparedness veterans idea for a topic for today's stream. So It is a good topic. And there we have. Hey, PB. Good to see
Hello,
you.
hello. How are you doing, Shadow? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good actually, so I can't complain about that.
Good. Feeling a lot better here. But still got a bit of a cough. Just getting rid of that
Yeah,
now. So back
yeah,
into the full swing of everything now.
yeah.
So
Hey, Idaho Garden Girl. Good to see you.
IGG, how you doing? CR, how you
Yeah,
doing? Thor, how you doing?
yeah, and we have Rainy Ridge as well. So,
Rainier Ridge, Vanessa Kitty,
yeah,
Idaho Garden Girl. Good, good, good.
good. Yeah. Uh, and thanks for the idea for the topic. I chose this one for today's stream because it's fits pretty good.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people travel a lot, and some people may just travel once a year. Some people may travel once in a lifetime, once in every 10 years. But even if they do travel, when you're out to any destination, whether it's familiar or not, stuff happens out there, and you're basically on your own, basically. So there's plenty of unexpected weather events, disasters, and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a
Well,
key aspect.
yeah. And I am not that good at international traveling because I'm not traveling internationally that much at all. The only countries I have been in has been Denmark and Norway, but I don't call that international. It's
Right.
maybe UK, Spain, Thailand, Philippines, and things like that. That is international, but so I'm not much of. So I don't have much experience in traveling that in that way. So
Yeah.
actually, I suck on that. So I don't
Well,
know what is needed or anything like that. So it's good to
yeah.
have you, PV, who can help me out on this topic.
Well, I've lived all over the world. I've lived and travelled quite a few places. I've I used to live in Hong Kong, Germany, Cyprus. Been to every continent apart from Australia,
Yeah,
Canada 5 odd times, America 6 odd times. In fact, I haven't been to South America. I've been to Central America. There's 6 months there. Uh, all over Europe, Western Africa, the Gulf, Sri Lanka, etc., etc. Yeah, so give you a few tips if you want. Um, what I would say to people first off is you could probably split your whole travel experience up into 3, maybe 4. You do your research before you go. uh, Plan for what you're actually going to take on the trip. So the transit out there, whether it be by boat, train, aircraft, helicopter, and then when you're out there, another set of procedures to adopt when you're out there, and then you could always replicate coming back with the same things you did when you went out there, really. But yeah, so I would say, you can't really keep it this simple because it isn't a simple subject at all. It can be on the face of it. If you book a trip somewhere in the Caribbean, for instance, which a lot of people
yeah,
like to do, on the face of it, or somewhere in the Far East, you book your flight, turn to the airport, jump on the aircraft, arrive, have your holiday, come back. All fine, well and good, until something goes wrong. And it doesn't take a lot for anything to go wrong to have a massive impact, I can tell you. And I've seen and heard stories from other people, and it's almost ruined them because they haven't taken the correct steps. But yeah, so it's like when I was in the army, what we used to do before any deployment, any peaceful deployments or any expedition anywhere, or any recce trip or anything like this, we'd always go through a sort of set sequence of procedures, and I've adopted that ever since. Hey, Hendo, how you doing? Excuse me a minute.
Hey, Stuart Pripping, good to see you. And CB, good to see you.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, hey, Bob.
So what we used to do is, before you go, we used to get a country brief, we called it, and a set of briefing packages. So the country brief would be on the likely threats associated with that place, the health and safety aspects, the types of animals that are likely to do you harm, what to stay away from, the customs, all this sort of stuff. But it's all right getting briefed on that, but you can't do that when you're on your own. So you've got to do your own research. So doing your own research before you go is quite critical, really. And what I'd say to people traveling abroad, I'd say consult your country's advice on traveling to whatever destination you're going to. Every country will have some form of government websites, and if you go on that government website, it will give you things to be aware of in your target country, if you like. So foreign travel advice. So it might say, if you're going to Italy, for instance, it might say, the threat to foreigners, especially Americans, English or Swedish, is fairly low, but be aware of the heightened terrorism threat in that country from X, Y, and Z people, or factions, whatever you want. So go to your country's government website, look at the foreign travel advice, and it will tell you the up-to-date information as to the threats associated with that country. And it might sound, whatever, just look at the news, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes to give that information on that website, and it's current as well. So check the foreign travel advice for that country you're going to on your government website. Next thing I'd do is I'd check the health requirements for that country. Do I need any vaccinations? Do I need to take anything extra for that country? The country might have a really rubbish medical system, X, Y, and Z. So, but the big one is check for vaccinations for the country you go into. I know a lot of people are against vaccinations since the last 5 years and so on, but that's all mainly associated around flu and novel viruses. The vaccinations I'm talking about are tried, tested, and proven vaccinations that have been going on for decades now. So, yellow fever, typhoid, those types of things. Are you up to date with your tetanus and so on? So, check the vaccinations for that country. Although they may not be mandatory, but you go out these countries and you develop some sort of yellow fever or anything like this, and you're just in a whole world of hurt then.
Yeah, or malaria.
Malaria as well.
Malaria,
so
yeah.
If you're going to a malaria, a country which has got high risk of malaria or high prevalence of malaria, then see your doctor before you go. Get you some malaria tablets. Paliodrim was the classic one we always used to take. So, and malaria is nothing to be sniffed at either. It's a serious condition, and
it is.
Different forms of malaria. You don't want to get cerebral malaria. When you get malaria, it can affect you for decades after. You have recurrence depending on what the trigger is and all this sort of stuff. So for the precautions it takes, beforehand, then it's worth buying extra things. Anyway, but this is research before you go. So you're going through a sort of checklist now. Also, before you want to go, you want to take note of your embassy numbers or your consulate numbers for the country you're in. So for me, for instance, I'm going to, say, Italy. I want to take note of the British embassy or the British consulate telephone numbers, contact numbers, website numbers. They may even have a WhatsApp number before I get out there, in case you lose your passport. And don't forget that if you lose your passport out there, it might get stolen. Yeah, it's quite a common thing. But also, if you're in any sort of disaster or event like a typhoon, hurricane, flood, and your passport gets stolen, completely lost or destroyed, then you've got to know how and the steps to take to get your a passport back. And one of the only ways to do that is going through your embassy or consulate. So get your consulate and telephone numbers and your embassy telephone numbers. And remember, these telephone numbers, once you make contact with your embassy saying you lost your passport, it might be a good idea to make photocopies of your passport. Take with you 2 other backup forms of identity. You may want to take your birth certificate with you, although that it's a critical document, because you got to reapply for it or an emergency passport whilst you're out there. So you got to prove who you are, really. So take note of your embassy.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, all.
Hey, Bob, how you doing? All right.
Good. Yeah.
Then I suppose what I'd do is I'd research the political situation, find out what's going on in that country, look at their news feeds. Is there an election coming up? Is there, is there public outcry going to occur? Are they on the verge of having a coup? Have they just had a coup? Martial law? What is the situation with the police force out there? I'll give an example. Egypt has at least 3 different forms of police. They've got tourist police, normal police, and some other police. I don't know, probably religious police. So, and if you're unaware of this before you go out there, it's a shock to you, and you can fall foul of this sort of thing. And I suppose the other key aspect before you go is to make sure you've got travel insurance. And if anyone is unaware of the benefits of travel insurance these days, then it's going to be a big wake-up call for someone. I can tell you. You don't want to. Another example for you. My friend, quite a few years back now, him and his wife went on a motorcycle trip around the Alps, and the car crashed into him, and wrote off his bike. But they both ended up in hospital, and the wife needed surgery on a broken leg. It ended up costing them, and this is going back to 1996-ish, 1995. Ended up costing them over £25,000 each.
Ooh,
for that thing.
that's a lot of money.
That was back then. You these days, you're talking your house is in threat. If you, for instance, you look at the papers every year, you see all these youngsters diving into swimming pools, breaking their necks and stuff like that. They're having to fundraise and sell their houses to get them back. It's just an absolute nightmare. you do not, and anyone listen to this, just take heed. You do not want to go abroad in any shape or form without travel insurance.
That's a
It-
fact.
It will just bite you big time. It really will. And to be honest, you're stupid not to get it for what it costs.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really are. And you know, you got to delve into detail of travel insurance as well. There's certain things you want. Obviously you want your health insurance, which should cover medical evacuation, CASEVAC back to your country. There's other little things you want as well, like you want things like cover for transporting you to a major hospital, because if you go to a sort of minor treatment centre, because that's the closest one there, and they can't deal with it, they're going to have to take you to a major hospital. Your insurance may not cover you for that, so just check that. Trip cancellation insurance, cover for unexpected interruptions, and another big one is lost or stolen baggage. That you'd be surprised how often that happens. You know, you're going to Italy, your bags end up in Australia. that's sort of thing. I don't know. You know, I don't know if Bob, have you any other research points before you set off on your trips anywhere?
Oh, all along that line, we always get travel insurance in case, because we've been delayed and missed our connecting flights before, and just
Yeah,
this time we missed a flight was British Airways. It wasn't our fault, but yeah, they just said, okay, go have a seat. Everything's taken care of. Go. You know, you're done. You know, here's your passport, boarding pass, all that. A copy of your passport, and never carry your passport on your body. Never, never, never do that. Don't do that. Yeah, you want to keep that in a safe place.
yeah,
But yeah, I do look around quite a bit to see what the political climate is before we travel. And also I know exactly where the U.S. embassy is at in every country I go to, and a route to get there. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like when I first met my wife, I flew her up north to meet me in the north, because the embassy was right over there. Even by foot was only about 3 to 4 miles on foot, because I didn't really know her. You know, I've been talking to her for about a year, but still, you know, you better watch your ass, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, yeah, that's your first port of call if everything goes south, and even if, well, we'll talk about when you're out there in a minute, but yeah, definitely good advice.
But always trust your gut. Always trust your gut, no matter where you go on this planet. If it feels wrong, don't do it. And if the locals give you a warning about something, listen to them. Obey what they tell you. If they say you shouldn't go there, or don't go there, or you shouldn't be here, get out of there right now. Don't question, just freaking leave, you know. Yeah, that's very, very important. Usually when you go over to other countries, the locals don't want to see you get hurt, you know.
Yeah. I mean, some places, if your bags get lost or damaged or anything like that, they're quite good. I went to Florida and wait for my bags to come round on the carousel, and they didn't appear, and everyone's bag had gone through an empty carousel, and this thing came past, this big plastic bag, and what had happened is a suitcase had been run over by another. It come off on the transit to the aircraft, or from the aircraft, and another vehicle had run over my suitcase and smashed it to smithereens. So they just collected everything up, put it in this big clear bag, and lobbed it onto the.
There you go. Bye. Yeah.
That's what happened to me, and it landed on there. You know, the big bag of bits on the carousel as it came past. I thought, "What's this?" They're my boxer shorts in there. You know, that's mine.
Yeah.
So anyway, went to
Don't be a smart ass either.
yeah, went to the desk, and they said, "Yeah, no problem. Yeah, take an inventory of what you was in your bag, go and buy it, come back, and we'll refund you." So I did that, came back, and there was no hassle. They paid me the money, and that was it. So yeah, that was quite good. That was American Airlines. That was.
I'll be right back. I got a package delivered.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
So yeah, that's the research I'll do before I go. And you can delve into the details even more if you want to, but and then for the actual trip itself, I've got another batch of sort of little procedures. First of all, when you're actually on the trip, as in getting to your destination, my number one rule is you always take enough money with you, cash, to get back independently. Because if something happens to the airline, some red tape somewhere along the line means that some glitch means you're completely stuck. Then it's always good to have an independent form of cash to get yourself back through another airline, for instance. And these days they are quite good. You do get protection with packages nowadays. I'm not sure what's called abroad. Over here it's called atoll protection, so they'll always guarantee you a way back. But for me, I would always make sure I've got enough cash with me to get back independently. Always drink bottled water. Never drink tap water. Never have ice with your drinks, because you never know where that ice has come from. It could have come from the local stream, as far as you know. So always drink bottled water minimum. Never eat salad or uncooked dishes, because you go into some dodgy country, the cooking process will kill any nasties most of the time that's in your food. So eating salads and any sort of uncooked raw dishes is a bit of you're leaving yourself exposed there to get the shits and that sort of stuff, or worse. You spend the rest of the holiday either, at best case on the toilet. Worst case, you end up in hospital wishing you'd had travel insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they never drink. Yeah, place like India, I never drink any tap water anywhere. Not even in Britain. I'd filter it or get bottled. Although in Britain, it's probably safer to drink tap water than it is to drink bottled water, because bottled water isn't subject to the same stringent tests and requirements that tap water is in Britain. That's why I'd do it here. Anyway, yeah, never eat salad or uncooked dishes. Dress neutrally, and for the trip, have a good. You might be going somewhere hot, but if your flight gets diverted to somewhere cold because of some unforeseen circumstance, then you would want some warm clothes. So carry your hand baggage should be sufficient for an overnighter somewhere without your main bag. So in your hand baggage, have a small overnight wash kit, bare minimum spare set of clothes, bare minimum. There's only so much you can put in hand baggage, and all the essentials you'd need for an overnighter at minimum. So don't get caught out in that way. If you're traveling in pairs, make sure you split your luggage between your items between your two suitcases. So if one gets lost, you've still got half of your gear at least. Yeah. So if you and the missus are going and you're taking 4 pairs of trousers, put 2 pairs of trousers in your 2 pairs of trousers in hers, and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. In your hand baggage, you include your medications and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, if you never see your main suitcase again, or you don't see it it's delayed, you don't see it for 3 or 4 days, all you've got is what you put in your hand baggage. So pick that carefully. Yeah.
Some advice I've got for traveling is, for fuck's sakes, those little bags with the wheels on them and the little ones that people always want to put in the stove bin above them. Yeah. Leave that son of a bitch at home. Take a backpack, because I swear to God, man, like, the airplane's loading up full of bodies, and there's always some Dusseldorf who's got bars of lead in his, like, and then they're a hard case. They don't really fit in there very well. They take up all this space. Where my wife and I carry a backpack. That's it. Just throw that thing off your shoulder, throw it up in the stove bin, and get the hell out of the way so we can load the airplane.
You mean those cabin bags?
Yeah, the hard case with the little wheels, and it's only about that big. Fucking get a backpack. Don't. Oh, I'm so tired of people carrying those things. And how much stuff do you really need to bring with you? I mean, some of these people can barely lift the bag up over their head.
Hey, Caitlin Spring, good to see you, ma'am.
All we got in our rucksacks is a copy of our passport, change of underwear, toothbrush, comb, and the daily medication that we need. That's it. Leave all the rest of the crap behind, or put it in your your bags that go down in the cargo bin. You don't need to bring a lot of shit onto the airplane with you, man. I sit there and just wrench when I get on an airplane. It's like, okay, who's the moron today? Someone who'll go walking along and miss their seat. It's like, it says right on your boarding pass, seat 10A, 9, 10A. And I swear to God, and they'll keep walking. They'll get down to about seat 14 and go, oh my God, I've got to go back. And they're going against mainstream of all these people piling up. It's like, you're the asshole of the day, wake up, and please, just for one moment, stay awake, No, and we got a system down, my wife and I. She usually arranges so I've got an aisle seat so I can kick my legs out and all that, and she sits next to me. So we'll put both of our rucksacks in the same compartment because I handle the bags. Throw it in. And like when we leave the airplane, we leave. I'll stand up. I open the overhead stove bin. I grab my wife's rucksack first, and she can stand up underneath the stove bins. And I turn it around to her. She loops her arm through, loops her other arm through. She's set. I grab mine, sling it around like a rifle sling. Clip. We're ready to go. While everybody else is going, panic-stricken idiots, man. Just some people I swear to you, man, if you've got to rely on everybody on that airplane to file out the emergency exit door to save your life, it ain't going to happen, because there's always that airplane dummy who's going to stop and go, oh my God, my stuffed animal, and go run back against traffic. Forget it. If you I'm really serious, man. I travel a lot. And there's always at least one idiot on every airplane I've ever been on. It's like,
yeah, it gets me out. It gets me. The documentation arrives before you fly, saying this is the size of your bag, and also one item per passenger for the aircraft, all this sort of stuff. And you turn up, and you get these people just taking the piss. They've got like 2 bags, oversized.
Yeah.
You think, well, how to get away with it?
Yep.
Clogging all the bloody, hold up.
Yeah. Same with when you're checking in your luggage to get it weighed and all that. And I came into a situation where there was a lady from the Philippines. She came and stayed with us for a short period of time. And then she was waiting for the paperwork to clear so she could go back and get her kids and bring them to the States. Okay. So she was staying with us, and here we go. asshole of the day. Go to take her to SeaTac, and I could barely lift her suitcase out of the back of the car. Seriously. And when we got, I'm like, holy crap, what do you got in here?
Gold.
Boom, like that. So we roll her up to the, and in my opinion, okay, you're a grown ass woman. I don't need to go up with to the checkout counter with you. You're on your own. You know, we got you here. Bye. We went up there with her, and they had to separate stuff from one bag to another so they could save a fucking dollar or whatever. I opened up her suitcase. It was absolutely stuffed full with chocolate bars.
What?
I ain't kidding you, dude. It was like 80 pounds of chocolate bars to bring them back to the Philippines for presents. And I went, don't they sell chocolate yeah, they do sell chocolate in the Philippines, don't they? Why don't you take money and buy it? Like, I got frustrated, and I said, baby, it's yours. I'll be over there. I got really pissed off because, like, you are a freaking moron. You are an idiot. You can buy chocolate in the Philippines, okay? Oh, God. I mean, that's an idiot of the day, man. I ain't kidding you. That was a friend of ours, you know. Yeah.
For some reason, for some reason, people just go into just completely switch off as soon as they leave the house when they're going on any sort of trip.
Yeah, they do. You know, it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. So I just, oh my God, we're going to go overseas. Well, how many times you been overseas? 14, 15 times? It's no big deal, man. I don't even buy t-shirts anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I've been going overseas for over 20 years. So it's like, that's the reason why that falls under the category of safe travel is you got to be careful of me who loses his patience and fucking strangles you to death. You're stupid. You don't deserve to live. Get out of my way.
Kaylin says, what a nuthead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've seen it all, guys. I've seen all kinds of stupid stuff, you know. My wife handles the paperwork when we travel. She got a little folder, you know, it closes up, and so the papers won't fall out while we're standing in line. And oh my God, man, I've seen people just puzzle me. Yeah, this couple of Filipinos were in line in front of us. They held up the line constantly because, I mean, really all you need is your ability to show you've got to have your passport, of course, and maybe your some kind of a copy of the ticket that you purchased. But you don't really need that because when you go up there, the airline already has all that information. They already do. And so my wife will bring it in case they need it. But there was a couple in front of us that kept going. They held up the line because they would go through all their carry on looking for something, close it all back up, step forward 5 feet, open up their carry on and all their bags again. And they did it again. And again, if you didn't find it the first couple of times, you ain't got it. You ain't going to find it. And my wife and I were just watching this couple. Every 5 steps, they did the same thing again. My wife leans over to me and goes, sometimes I'm really ashamed of my countrymen. I said, yeah, I can see why. It's like, yeah, chocolates and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but safe travel shit. Don't carry too much money with you. Just enough to eat and maybe get back to where you need to be. And trust your gut. But we did travel over the Philippines one year when it was an election year. and the British met us in Davao. This was before our house. And I talked to the British and my wife and all, and I said, I think since it's an election year, it'd be good if we all stayed in the same hotel nearby each other in case we have to bolt, you know. So we did. We were usually on the same floor, but a couple different hotels. We were kind of within sight of each other, you know. And I made a plan as soon as I said, if anything happens, beat feet down here and meet in the lobby, you know.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Yeah. I did have a weird thing that happened to me that trip. It was election year, and there was a lot of VIPs stay in our hotel. This was the best hotel in Davao. And anyway, I was going to go walk out into the city and walk around, and one of the guards stepped in front of me and he said, "Are you going out walking, sir?" I said, "Yes, I am." And he looked me right in the face, and he said, and he pointed with his tongue inside of his cheek, and he goes, and he pointed that direction. And he says, "I would advise not for you not to go that direction, sir." I went, "Okay, I got it. I'll go that way. I should go this way." "Yes, sir, you should." There was something sketchy going on down that end of the street. So I went the other direction, you know.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think people go to certain countries and they've never been there before. You should also take note of medications you can't take into the country. Some people, some countries accept, for instance, paracetamol might be looked upon, frowned upon, or any other sort of medication. You got to be very wary. You know, if anyone takes prescription medication abroad to certain countries, like Saudi Arabia and places like this, make sure they've got some sort of paperwork telling them that they need to take it.
Like our prescription medication that we carry in our backpack with us has got our name, both of our names on the bottle. Don't take it out of the bottle, and just leave it in there.
The medication need to be in the original bottle.
Yeah,
package.
Exactly. Like this, this is acetaminophen. I just leave it in the original bottle. Don't put it in plastic bags or anything stupid like that. Yeah.
I think paracetamol, acetaminophen's not a
not
very good example. I think a better example would be anything codeine based would be a better example. And you go out there, with all good and willing intentions, and you arrive and they drag you to the side, start searching your bag, and they find codeine in your bag.
Yeah.
And next
you
thing
could be in trouble.
You're explaining yourself to some judge as to why you've got codeine in your bag.
Mm-hmm. But there's two reasons why we both carry a backpack and not those little suitcases. One is to get in the airplane, get the hell out of the way, sit down. The second is if we got to bolt out, if we got to get out of the hotel, or we've got, just put on your backpack, your hands are free, you can walk down the street and look just like everybody else. If you've got one of those little wheelie bag things, you're a tourist.
Yeah.
You understand? The average person overseas does not pull one of those little wheelie bags. You're showing off that you're not from here. You're new, But you put a backpack on, hands free, and start going,
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kaylin says sometimes even keeping it in the original bottle with the prescription info on it may not be good enough for the security.
I've never had any problem.
You got to be able to justify yourself.
Yeah, I've never had any problem in Europe or Asia with, as long as it's in the container that's got my name and address and description, you're good.
Yeah, and this sort of thing would come to light when you don't do your sort of research before you go to these places.
Exactly.
If it's a place you've never been before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're going to a place, let's say it's prone to hurricanes, typhoons, this sort of thing, take a good little first aid kit with you. Any medications, phone chargers.
Wife does that. Mm-hmm.
And it might be a good idea, you know, we're on about drugs, ibuprofen, paracetamol, loperamide. You go out to these countries, start changing your diet, or you eat some dodgy foods. Next thing you know, you got the shits for a week.
Yep.
So,
I'll tell you the truth here. My wife carries a little sling bag, a little tiny bag, and she knows medication. That's her business, you know. And in there, she's got some antidiuretic, antacid, a few other common over-the-counter medication. In her handbag, and that has come in handy so many times. Like what you just said, PV, when you go to a new country, your stomach's not used to the bacteria and the food. You're going to get heartburn. Eventually you're going to get heartburn, and you might get diarrhea following. The wife always just, you know, like somebody in our party last time said, I'm getting heartburn, and she just reaches in her bag, zip, zip, there you go. You know, an antacid right there on the spot. And another good thing to do, that we keep a little go bag or their backpacks. We really don't. We keep our passports are always in the hotel safe, but other paperwork that we must have is still in our backpacks. And one morning we woke up and there was a heavy earthquake, and we're up on like the 8th floor. And it was a roller coaster ride. So we had all of our stuff within reach in case we had to take the stairs down. Fortunately, we didn't have to. But keep your go bag right next to you wherever you travel in your room, you know. Hi, Hugo.
Hey, Hugo. Yeah, and if it's some place you haven't been before, stay informed. You know, watch the local news, weather reports.
Yeah.
There's a TV show on. It's called My Nightmare Holiday or something like that.
Oh God.
And it's full and full and full of people who go to Far East or to other typhoon-prone countries.
Yeah.
And 1 minute, you know, the weather's all right. And someone says there's a storm coming in. Next minute, 6 feet of water because of the big storm surge, and they're walking along. And they're up to their eyeballs in some sort of disaster event then. And it's nothing like we've ever had before in the last 30 years. You know, this sort of thing.
Know when typhoon season is where you're going, typhoon or hurricane season.
Yeah.
Don't go. Just stay home. Just don't go. But a good idea to do too is if you're in kind of a sketchy country, go up to your front desk and just walk up and start up a conversation with somebody at the front desk. And, you know, is there any places I should go? Any places I should not go?
Yeah.
Because they will help you, especially the consigliere. You know, that's their job. They're there to make sure that you travel safe. You've got the information you need. If you can't go to the front desk, go to the consigliere or whatever, however the hell you pronounce that word. That guy will help you, you know.
Yeah. If you know, it's always a good idea as well to stay connected with the people back home as well. Tell them where your whereabouts regularly.
Yeah.
You may even want to consider carrying an international SIM card for that specific country and for data access as well.
Or send regular emails.
Any sort of communication, so that you know, if you go off the radar for 4 or 5 days, who knows? You know, you could have been kidnapped by some rebels or whatever.
Yeah, it's always a good idea.
Nice rich Westerners with some payback money coming towards them and all this sort of stuff.
I'm sorry, but I think this is important. If even if you don't smoke, carry a pack of cigarettes in your pocket wherever you go around this planet, and you get into kind of a sketchy situation. 2 cigarettes will get you out of a situation. 2 cigarettes, just hand it to someone who you don't feel comfortable talking with. Just give them 2 cigarettes and walk. That'll buy your way out of most trouble. I've done it before, you know.
Yeah, good idea.
2 Marlboro cigarettes and just keep walking, because they'll be looking at the cigarettes. What the heck? Go and just leave.
Yep. Another good one is to respect the local laws and customs.
Oh yeah.
To dress appropriately.
Mhm.
You could go to some places and if the women aren't dressed appropriately, they'll get frowned upon. You know, if the shoulders ain't covered, this sort of thing. Local laws and customs, that's sort of a generalization, but the local customs, for instance, if you go to some countries and you're lying on the beach, or you're sat at a cafe and you say you've got flip-flops on, or thongs, or whatever you want to call them, and you're exposing the soles of your feet, that could be a real insult to people. So little things like that. Yeah.
That's also a health risk.
Yeah.
You get a nick on your foot and you get some bacteria in there that you're not accustomed to. You're in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say is to have some sort of footwear for the shower as well.
Yeah, that too.
You know, you don't want to start getting verrucas and that sort of stuff. And like you say, if you've got any sort of cuts on your feet, who knows what you're going to get. Then you're back into this nightmare scenario of medical care abroad without health insurance. It's a load of pitfalls. I mean, going on holiday abroad to somewhere you've never been before is it's a real gamble.
It can be.
And especially if it's not a package holiday, you know, if you haven't got anyone there to guide you or usher you or to set things up for you, you know, real dodgy.
Yeah, I heard about that in Thailand, that your feet are very insulting to people over in Thailand.
Yeah.
And
then for, I don't know, airplanes, hotels, do the usual sorts of things. Take note of the safety briefing. You know, take note of the exits. Where you are in relation to the exits. Could you get out there in the dark?
Where your stairwells are at when you're up in your room. You got to know where the stairwell and the elevators are at. Yeah,
exactly. Hotels.
I do that even here in the States.
Yeah, I never try. I don't like it if I'm above the 4th floor. I do not like that. That's the height of most evacuation ladders and this sort of stuff. Know where the emergency exits are. If you're in a hotel, walk the route as soon as you get there, so everyone knows where it is, and you know, so on and so on. Is it locked? I was on a bus in Cyprus 5 odd years ago, and I was looking around. The emergency exits were padlocked on the bus.
Oh shit!
And all the, you know where those little glass breaking hammers were, they all been stolen.
Oh, of course, of course.
You know, no one cares, and this is the sort of mentality. We're in the Western world. We're used to high standards of health and safety.
Yeah.
But you know, the emergency exits, labeling, this sort of stuff. Most people are aware of it. You go to some of these other countries, and it just goes out the window completely. Yeah. I mean, Egypt. I was in Egypt, and we was in a bus. One headlight wasn't working. I'm sure there's a bloody candle in the one that was working. Was passing vehicles with no windscreens in and all this sort of stuff. And road safety is a huge thing. I've known the amount of people. I've known 5 or 6 guys. So, all right, is that a mag light? Is it?
Yeah. I used to carry this every time I went to the Philippines in my pocket.
Yeah.
Because the concrete on the sidewalks is owned by the city, and the city really takes their time to repair anything after an earthquake. Right. And I've used this quite a few times. Just turn it on, shine it down at the ground while I'm walking. I've done this many times. I even put some reflective tape on it so that if it's hard for me to see it, I can have a better chance of seeing the damn thing.
Yeah. Is
I
that
carried this thing for years.
is that Maglite with the LED in now? Is it?
Yeah, it's a mini mag light. Just a standard old mini mag light.
So I remember the older ones. Well, I can remember when they were all the fashion to people to get them in the army then, and the old bulbs were at the time. They were good pieces of kit, and the old bulbs were the greatest thing that had come out for torches and stuff. And that was before LEDs, and LEDs now just far surpass the old bulbs, and they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And CR has a point here. Don't go out and drink alone.
No, don't do that. No.
Yeah,
don't
definitely.
do that.
I mean, this is this is basics. This is if anyone goes out and drinking alone, you're just leaving yourself exposed to so many bloody pitfalls.
Yeah.
Honey traps, muggins, or
I have done that a little bit, but I drink 2 cans of beer. That's it. I keep my wits about me, Yeah.
Yeah, you got to definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 beers is not a problem. It's
Not a problem.
when it begins to when you begin to drink 8 or 10.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and don't beat up the lady boys.
We finally discover that they're not women.
Yeah. Or example, I've told the story before when I was in Cebu for a couple of days by myself. I was sitting outside of a 7-Eleven and drinking a can of beer, and some lady boys stood in front of me, 4 of them, and they put on a fashion show for me. And I was just like, inside my head, I'm like, oh, what the hell? But, I just sat there like, big smile. Thank you, ladies. You're beautiful. Thank you. But inside my head, I was like, oh my God, I want to go home. Yeah, if you're getting tight with one of them and you discover that's not a girl, don't hit them, whatever you do, because they got friends all around you and you don't even know where they're at. You get your ass kicked,
Yeah, road travel is an unseen and forgotten risk. The amount of people that die in vehicle crashes abroad is just unbelievable. And so if people rent their own car, be aware of the road. You're going for a drive on the right and driving to the left, or vice versa. And that can be a big challenge within itself. Road signs and different road laws altogether can just trip you up at a moment's notice. And that compounded with bad roads, other vehicles driving standards of someone else, because it might not be you that does it. Someone can crash into you. And before you know it, you're in a car wreck, and everyone's dead apart from you, sort of thing.
Hendo, you're fired. See, you're fired, Hendo. Yeah, I've traveled quite a bit. Yeah, especially if you're going to go out night clubbing or something and drinking. I've been to a couple of nightclubs overseas by myself. Pay a real close attention to the crowd, especially if you're in Asia and you're a white guy. The Filipinos get drunk and they want a fist fight, and they're going to go right after you. It's so I pay attention even here in the States when I go out with my wife. When I can start smelling the smell of people perspiring alcohol, and right around 10 p.m. That's usually when people go into the stupid mode. I leave. Just get out of there. Don't risk it.
Yeah, if you're going to somewhere like any disaster-prone area, it could be a good idea to take a couple of sachets of freeze-dried food, hand sanitizer with you, phone charger, universal phone charger.
Yep.
You might even want to take your own little repair kit with your duct tape, some little bit of paracord, super glue. and stuff like that. I always take a travel water filter bottle now with me. It's got its own filter built into it, and what I use is something called a water to go water bottle. They're excellent. 10 out of 10 for them.
I always carry a thing of hand sanitizer with me at all times.
Yeah.
Especially if I get cut. Then it sucks, but you got to put some alcohol on there because it prevents infection later.
Yeah. And then people might also want to take their own little city map, street map, or paper map of the area. There's a good film. It's about the tsunami in 2004. And it shows you not only the event itself, but the after effects as well as to how they coped, and looking through lost people notice boards and trying to get contact with their family back home to tell them they're all right, this sort of thing. So never underestimate a phone with a spare charger or a power bank in a waterproof case and so on.
Good thing. That reminds me of something that I've done before. I was in Cebu by myself while the women were out on the island of Palawan. And I pulled up a map on my laptop in my hotel room, and I snapped a photo of the street map, just a picture.
Right.
And that way, if I got lost, I just touch on that picture and I can expand it and find. It's better than sitting there trying to find Google Maps and blah, blah, because then you're staring into your phone. You don't know who's standing behind you, but I just click on it. There's a map, flip, done. Down the road I go. Yeah.
In fact, phones are that good at all that you could even, before you go, download specific apps for that country, which will help you get around and give you more information as to what situations are going on as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
When it comes to communications, if you got your phone with you, the world is your oyster in terms of information. You're not going to be short of that sort of stuff and advice, and you can phone people, phone a friend, sort of thing.
Galen has a point here. When I was in Mexico, I literally carried some flat pack toilet paper in my bag. You never know if a public toilet would be out of it. That's true.
Yep. I do the same thing, Caleb.
Yeah, I do. Carry those little 10-pack of Kleenex and stuff like that. Minimum.
Or just roll up a bunch of regular tissue, shove it in I always wear city shorts, the ones with the side pockets, carrying some extra gear in there. Yeah, stuff like that. Yep. Sanitizer, toilet paper, different things. But just travel safe. Also, I did this once the same time when I was alone in Cebu. I wanted to go see Ferdinand Magellan's Cross, where the first Catholic Mass was held in Cebu City.
Yeah,
I looked on YouTube and I wanted to see where the red light area was in Cebu. That's a pretty safe place to be at nighttime, in the red light area. Lots of people, lots of police. And when the first day I landed, I found out where that was at, snapped a picture of it, and I found it was within walking distance. And I walked down there in the early evening and I found a young lady. She's a streetwalker. Streetwalkers over there are not drug addicts. I hired her to go with me to Magellan's Cross and all that. And then she showed up at 10 o'clock in the morning at my hotel, spot on. And I wanted a local person who could speak the language, to get me from my hotel to the Magellan's Cross in Fort San Pedro immediately. Because those taxi drivers, if you're traveling alone, those guys will rip you off, man. And that pisses me off. So I had a little lovely lady right over here, paid her a good rate to get me there and get me back. It cost me $20 to have a local. She was a streetwalker. It was business deal. I want you to get me from here to there, and paid her $20. It was worth every penny.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
she was happy.
She was happy. Yeah. She sent that money home to her family over in Bohol. and
Yeah, $20 for her is a lot of money.
That's what she would charge me if we went to bed together. Because I asked her, "What's your rate for sex?" And she said, 1,000 pesos. That's $20. Okay, deal. Let's go.
Yep.
And I actually gave her $10 more for her mom and dad and all that stuff. So nice young lady. No regrets with that at all. None. Nice young lady.
Yeah, Hendo, the Impossible is that film about the tsunami. It's a good film.
Oh, I saw that. Good movie.
Ewan McGregor in it. Yeah.
I was overseas when that hit. I was in Makati City in the Philippines when that hit.
Right.
And the overseas news will show everything. When I got back to the States, all they showed was a film of a couple of tourists hanging onto a fence post and getting swept away. But when I was overseas, man, they showed the real effect. God, that was gruesome, man.
Well, there the Bills. Good to see you. Welcome.
That was. I'll give you one example of two video clips that I saw in Manila.
Hey,
that
Warren.
I didn't see.
Good to see you, brother.
One was a guy was up on his on a balcony and he was filming the crowd down below, and it was early in the morning when all the moms and their preschool kids were buying vegetables. Man, when that water hit them, it swept them away. There were no survivors in that whole street. Gone. They didn't show that in the States. And then another thing that I saw was a small fishing village in Thailand that was wiped out. And they got a truck. The people, the survivors in that village got a truck. They got it running and a chainsaw and got it running. And they had to take a chainsaw and cut firewood up. And they had to take all their relatives in that little village who died. They had to pick them up and throw them on a fire themselves. I mean, there's your sister, there's your neighbor. They had to build a bonfire and start burning their relatives and their neighbors. That was the stuff that they didn't show us back here in the States.
Like Hendo says there, I mean, people don't realize or they've forgotten the fact that 300,000 people died across there. It's a massive event.
Easily, yeah. You're right, Hendo. It's all just propaganda here. It's just bullshit. That's why I don't pay any attention to it.
Now, when it comes to any sort of communications after that sort of event, it's relatively localized, but you get all these aid agencies turning up. All the phone masts are probably down, and there'll be no comms. Then next thing you know, all the news agencies turn up, relief agencies turn up, and you get some sort of limited comms come back in there, and that's when you get this situation where like 30 people want to borrow one person's phone because that's the only one that can get through all of this sort of stuff.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. That was depicted quite well in that film as well, the Impossible, that sort of thing. So yeah, good film.
Oh.
Yeah. So anyone got any equipment tips or anything to take with us? I know one thing I had with me when I went recently was it's like a money belt. Well, it's a normal looking belt with a little sort of pocket concealed compartment in there. You can carry some emergency cash in there to save putting it on on your body somewhere else.
Yeah,
and, you can get a sacrificial wallet you can throw to someone when you get mugged or something like this.
I don't carry a wallet when I go overseas. I split my money up all around my body, shirt pockets, pants pockets, put it all around.
Yeah, and you should have and if you have a wallet, carry 2, 3, 4 extra fake wallets.
That wouldn't hurt.
Well, and you put maybe $1 in those fake wallets. So
yeah. I mean, thing is, the overarching thing when it comes to traveling abroad, holiday or a longer term sort of trip is the fact that you're on your own. That's it. Yeah. Who gives a shit what happens to you? At the end of the day, if you're sat in the airport because you've missed your flight and you've got no money on you, No, who's going to help you? Buy the
Nobody.
next flight? Nobody.
Nobody. Yeah.
And I bet this thing happens to loads of people every year. You know, so every contingency that someone can take with them in case of lost cash or getting separated from someone, or you know, the country gets wiped out while you're there because the typhoon suddenly hit or a hurricane suddenly hit, then you got to, you know, as much backup as possible to be independent, because everyone else is going to be running around after their own interests, and you know, that's it. Eventually, I suppose, and we've seen this quite a few times, that your carrier from your own country, say British Airways or American Airlines or wherever, is going to lay on a fleet of transport aircraft to get you back, because it's in their own interest to do that. But that's only going to be in real big events, really. Yeah, so you could be completely up the creek. Monopoly money in dummy wallets. I bet you go into some of these tin pot countries, monopoly money will fool a lot of people.
Might piss them off too.
You know, if you want to carry some sort of universal money, then the American dollar is a good one to have. That's probably the most.
Cigarettes.
Yeah, cigarettes.
I'm telling you.
That, you know, not so much the old Deutschmark, German Deutschmark used to be a good currency to have, but they've gone euro now, so that's out the window. British pound, that's not so well sought after. Probably the American dollar is about the most universal form of currency people will like to see, and they recognize as well.
Recognize it very quickly. Yeah.
And you know, for the sake of $100, $200, that'll go a long way in other countries. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, I had a weird event one night. We had to stop in at a 7-Eleven, and I wanted to get some cigarettes and whatever else on our way back to our hotel, and I was paying in pesos, and I had a few dollar bills in my wallet, and I handed it to the cashier. She's a cute young lady, and it was a dollar bill. And man, she started jumping up and down and screaming, "Woohoo! I got $1! I got $1!" And there's two other Filipinos next to me. I handed them a dollar bill. You just would have swore to God it was like raining gold. You know, they know that they know it's not really worth anything, but they've got $1. Wow!
Just like the films.
Yeah, like that. My family filled me in. Yeah, they're going to put that in their wallet, so it looks like they're a big shot. You know what I mean? Oh, I've got a U.S. dollar in my. You know, it's a cultural thing. Wow, I got a U.S. dollar. They know it's not worth anything, but just to show off, you know.
So Warren comes up with a unique one now. I have a pack safe crossbody bag that has steel cables in the strap and / resistant mesh under the top layer of nylon. Yeah. Okay. So if you're going to go anywhere where that's prone to bag snatchers or people like that, Italy is a quite a common one for that. That's a good thing to do.
That's the kind of little.
They will probably cut the strap because it's easier. Yeah, but when they try to cut resistant, they will stay and cut.
Yeah,
and
you can get out of there.
Get more, well, this doesn't work. They get more frustrated. So you will notice it.
Yep,
most of these.
Exactly what my wife carries in her little clutch, with all the medication and stuff in it. It's a cut resistant strap. That's why she bought that little thing before we went to Italy. Yeah, she still got it.
And some of these people who target tourists, they're very slick at it. But it's sort of literally a grab and go sort of thing. So if they can't get it within the first 5 or 10 seconds, that's it. They'll go because there are no other people there, and someone potentially could step in and all this sort of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So CR says there's situational and spatial awareness. Spatial awareness is a key thing. If something doesn't look right, it probably isn't.
I had a situation like that in a mall and to buy cigarettes. And when I went into a grocery store to buy cigarettes, and they had a special counter, they have to keep them locked up, and it's right by the door to the supermarket in a mall. And I was second in line to get smokes, and it was my turn to go up to the cashier, and there was a Filipino guy walked in, and he stood between me and the wall, and then around the corner came 3 more Filipino guys. These were young men, and they surrounded me, and I felt that urge, man. I just, you know what I did? I just started stepping straight back, and I got away from them. And I didn't care if I lost my place in line. I don't care. Boom! I got the hell away from them. And finally, they milled around because they couldn't. They were going to pick my pocket. I know they were. And finally, I got my back in line, and the cashier looked at me, and she goes, "You're very smart, sir." I was like, "Yeah, I know what was going on. They're going to get one behind me and one on each side, and they're going to start putting their fingers into my pockets," which happened once only, but yeah. Spatial awareness. Be aware of what's around you.
Avoid going to cash points, ATM machines. Go into a bank if need to.
Yeah, I do.
That is the best alternative. ATMs. Most robberies that happens is when people go to those ATM machines and take out some money.
Yeah, most places have got ATMs in the bank, so you might as well go in there. You've got to be aware of when the bank's open, because let's say Spain, for instance, you would swear that Spain never, there's no one on the streets at all, anywhere, anytime, because the siesta time's that long. They're a couple of hours in the morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. That's it. They knock off again.
Most of the hotels now have got an ATM inside the hotel, or go to one of them that's in a mall, but don't go to one of those lonely ones out there after dark. I don't even do that here in the States. I go out during the daytime, and that's it. Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, Caitlin. I've got those city shorts that have got side pockets on them, and I make sure that they're Velcro closure or button closure. And you're going to be aware of someone trying to get in there and get inside your pocket, and you can get away from them. I'd recommend don't fight anybody if you got. I caught one guy who was trying to put his hand in my pocket. I bounced. I got the hell out of there.
Yeah, I had that problem when I was a teenager. I was in a store. They saw a lot of stuff. It was a lot of pretty crowded with people in that store.
Yeah.
And I was on my way out, and I felt someone put his hand on my back pocket because I had my wallet there.
Yeah.
And I noticed that, and I just twist my body on the other direction, and I noticed that the dude or her pulled her hands away, because she noticed, probably that dude or person, wherever it was, noticed that I noticed that they tried to take my wallet.
Yeah, don't hit them. Just get out of the situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember my first time over visiting with my wife and her family. We went to a busy nightclub, and my brother-in-law is a bouncer. The guy's a massive human being. Man, when we were walking out of the nightclub, we had to walk through a crowd of people because there were several nightclubs in a row. And he turns to me, he goes, "Bob, watch your wallet." And he walked behind me. And these guys there were pickpockets in that crowd, and they were looking for the one and only white guy. And I felt a fingertip touch my different pockets when I was walking through the crowd. These guys are good. I didn't even see them do it, but I could feel the fingertip where they would just touch my pocket to see what's inside of it. It's like, you sneaky sons of bitches, just keep walking.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. That's their job, you know.
My mother, she was on her way home, and she was had been at the grocery store, and she noticed that someone tried to steal her wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what my mother did? She grabbed that person's wrist, so that person had to tag along all the way home.
Really?
And that person couldn't get away from my mother's grip. It was so firm. So,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute.
Oh, shit.
Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I had another situation when I was in Makati City or Manila where these two women approached me, and that was in the old days when I used to wear a fanny pack. That was my first time to the Philippines, and one of them walked up to me with a brochure, and she put the brochure against my abdomen above my fanny pack, and I did the same thing. I knew what they were doing because there were two of them, and I bounced backwards. I got the hell out of there, and this was before I met my wife, and my girlfriend was sitting over there, and she saw the situation. And I said, "Shit, did you see that? They tried to pick." She goes, "Yeah, they did. They had their hand on your fanny pack." I didn't feel it. I didn't know, but that's why they put the piece of paper above my fanny pack, because one of them was going for it, trying to unzip it and get my gear out, you know.
Yeah, well, some of these people, it's their full-time job, and they're good at it.
It is.
Well
They're good
versed.
at it.
I agree with that, Kaylin.
I'm gonna grope them back, huh? Wild animals.
I suppose wherever you are abroad, especially this day and age,
guy,
especially this day and age, the rich white Westerner is a key target because they stand out like a sore thumb. And
yeah, they do. Mm-hmm.
There's nothing. An example is Tunisia beach attacks. You sat on the beach, everything looks all right. Then out of the blue, 4 or 5 guys come out with rifles and start shooting everyone in sight.
Yep.
Because it's a Western targeted event. So
yeah,
you gotta have eyes in the back of your head, really.
Yeah, that's why I'm real careful, because I go to the Philippines all the time, like you guys know, and I'm very well aware of that, because the Filipinos are only this tall, and I'm way above the crowd, and they see me coming way down the street. I can't hide, so you got to keep your spidey senses going at all times.
Yeah, I'm too tall too. I'm 6 foot, so
you're same as me. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And like that, Warren says about the grid going down. Some of these countries, their grid isn't as robust as our grids, for instance, and so be prepared for blackouts and disruptions.
Right.
From anywhere to you could be fuel disruptions as well. So your trip plans on an excursion somewhere, it's just a minor point. Could be cancelled quite easily. Yeah. But the locals will be used to it.
They are used to it. Yeah, we had one power loss when we were at our house last time, just a couple weeks ago, and the Filipinos are used to it. They're like, it'll come back on, no big deal.
Yeah.
No exciting events last time. Didn't have 2 little hotties trying to call me daddy last time we went. Damn it. That's very dangerous. The females are freaking dangerous, man. They'll cause you more trouble than anybody else. The women, man.
I've never really had any sort of disastrous situation.
No, I haven't either. Not really.
I suppose the only one we were on a canoeing expedition in Canada, and two guys took the baggage vehicle away to a hippie festival, and the guys someone went through all the bags and stole everyone's passports, so we had to sort that problem out.
Oh boy.
And there were no luckily we were all traveling on NATO travel orders, so it wasn't that much of an issue, but it could have been. Yeah.
Yeah, losing your passport's one thing, but the gorgeous women over there in Southeast Asia, they're even more trouble than losing your passport.
They probably know how to play the guys as well.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I remember one time we had to stay the night in Cebu City before we flew out the next morning. I was hard looking at this one damn fine Filipina, and my wife saw me looking at her, and she went, "You can go to her if you want to, but I'll leave your passport down at the front desk, and it's up to you to find your way to the airport." Forget it. That's the kind of trouble I'm talking about. God. I was drinking too much. Oh God. Wife caught my eye looking at this one Filipina, and she went, "You can go to her if you want to, but you're going to find your own way home." Uh-oh.
Buy a pair of dark glasses.
Yeah, baby. I'll get some of those little snap-ins, Yeah, they'll get you in more trouble than anything else.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, look at the laws and stuff like that. You might be able to carry a 3-inch blade in this country, but go abroad, and that might be completely intolerable somewhere else. And plain ignorant doesn't wash with some people in other countries.
It doesn't.
And you go to some of the hardline countries, Dubai or Saudi Arabia, places like this, and you watch what you're doing on the beach, watch what you're wearing. You could be in real deep trouble in the minor of things.
I saw something like that, what you just mentioned, PV, with some old show back when MTV was starting to go away from music and going into other stupid shit. They had a group of foreigners go to Morocco, and this one chick I think she was an Asian American, and she was wearing short shorts, and one of the American guys, or a Brit, told her, "You need to put on a pair of pants." "Oh no, I don't give a goddamn. I blah 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 blah." Well, they were walking down a neighborhood in Morocco, and all of a sudden a rock came out of nowhere. Pop! Some dude threw a rock at her because she's wearing short pants.
Yeah.
And more rocks started coming from the rooftops of the small buildings. Pop, pop, and the guys were like, "We need to go." And she's tried to do I'm the tough American, and more rocks came, and then they wound up running out of that neighborhood. They had to, because they were going to get attacked because of her.
I've just called up a website. It's about Dubai. Dubai is supposed to be this really the place to go for all these people who think they're it. And it's a brief do and don't in Dubai. And some of the things here, it says you can't specifically kiss and generally show affection in public. For a starter, so you're going out with your wife, nice romantic, walk along the beach and stuff like that. Next thing you know, you get arrested because you kiss your wife and stuff in public.
True.
You can't hold hands with your partner in public. You can't consume alcohol or be under the influence of alcohol in public or while driving, obviously. You can't wear swimming attire in public.
Yep.
You may not dance in public. And you can't eat in public in the month of Ramadan. So, this is
Really?
these are the sorts of things people got to be aware of if they go into any, Dubai, for instance, or any other countries. Yeah. Landed some deep shit.
Yeah, same with Asia. I understand, like in countries like Cambodia, Laos, you don't touch at all. You don't hold your wife or girlfriend's hand in public at all. And the Philippines is a little bit different. Like, I can hold my wife's hand and maybe get away with putting my arm around her, but kissing, never kiss her in public. That's very bad,
That sounds like it's a big no.
It is. Yeah. It really makes her look like a cheap girl, and the Filipino guys don't like that shit. Yeah. Makes her look like a cheap girl. So.
Yeah. Then, of course, if you're going to somewhere, you might not be going anywhere specifically at all. You could be going on a cruise, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a whole other ball game.
Yeah.
Going on a, you're out in the open sea on a boat, ship, should I say? And we all rely on the captain to think, the crew to think that they know what they're doing. And all you got to do is look at other events like the Costa Concordia, which is the boat just went into the rocks and went onto its side because the captain was, I don't know, had a few.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm sure most people have seen the Poseidon Adventure. Get that drastic, I suppose.
Yeah.
The old 80s and 90s, 70s and 80s disaster films, they were quite a good laugh to watch.
Okay. My first time to the Philippines, this was before I met my wife, and I was with my girlfriend, and there was a Philippine Marine. He was in his dress blues. It's very similar to the U.S. Marine Corps uniform. I went, wow, there's a Marine over there. And the girlfriend said, where? And I said, right over there. And she slapped my hand down. Don't point. Don't point. Don't point at the military. Don't point at the police. Because that you could be mistaken as you're pointing him to be killed. You might get shot, And so whenever I'm overseas, I never take pictures of the police or the military at all.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. That's I've seen a few stories of people falling foul to taking pictures at the airport of aeroplanes because they like aeroplanes and stuff. Next thing you know, you're getting arrested as a spy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And people say, oh, you can explain your way out of it, but the thing is, some of these countries, they won't just they'll lock you up. 3 months later, you'll get your trial.
Yeah.
And good luck in that first 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's slightly unrelated.
If you barely survive it.
Yeah. I know it's slightly unrelated, but there's a story about a group called the Chennai Six. Anyway, Chennai is a city in India. So I think it's on the west coast of India. Anyway, these six ex-British servicemen. They come from a range of backgrounds, Marines, Army and stuff. They were doing security for the boat that they're on. And the paperwork wasn't right. And they had weapons on the boat.
Oh,
and
boy.
They got arrested in the port of Chennai. And they basically chucked them in prison, threw away the key, and they never saw a trial for ages and ages and ages. And there was an ongoing battle with the British government and the Indian government to try and get them freed and all this sort of stuff. Meanwhile, I think they did years. And eventually they agreed some sort of term for release, and it was all down to some sort of paperwork issue. So it's a real. Some of these places are just an absolute minefield.
What they're waiting for is cash. That's what they're waiting for government to hand over, buy them out. That's what they're waiting for, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I recall I went, the first time I went overseas to the Philippines was, there's different levels of police officers over there, and the blue uniform, normal police officers, they might let you take their picture. But I walked up to one cop. He was at a police stand on the sidewalk, and I didn't know the difference. He was wearing a black uniform with a black beret. And I walked to him and I said, "Can I take your picture?" No! He's one of the guys who's the special forces and the police that kills terrorists, and he's a killer. He's a stone cold killer. And I never ever tried to take another picture of a police officer or a military ever again. Never did, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't know that that's what his uniform represented, that he's a killer. He's, you know, you don't get to that level unless you've killed people. So, like, oh, okay, learn today.
Yeah, and you need to respect that.
Absolutely.
So these Chennai 6, they were working on an anti-piracy ship, and they were tasked with protecting commercial ships in the Persian Gulf in the Indian Ocean region. Basically, they failed to. The Indian High Court failed to accept the ship's paperwork, and they therefore failed to prove that they were on anti-piracy duties, and the weapons they had with them, it just snowballed in, and they just got thrown into prison, basically.
Yeah.
You're alive, survival. Good to see you.
5 years they did. Yeah. Hey, do real love survival. Good to see you. Yeah, so
really late. Okay.
Another thing, talking about shipping and stuff like that, people fall foul of is when they're on a cruise. You know, they got off the cruise ship, go and do their excursion, and they miss the boat. If you miss the boat ain't going to wait for you. The boat leaves, and it's up to you to make your own way to the next port of call that the boat's going to turn up in. So, number one, don't miss your boat. Number two, if you do think you're going to miss the boat, make sure you've got enough money with you, or cash in the bank, or means to get money out to make way to your new destination, where the boat's going to dock next. Yeah, so Darula says, how's it going? Yeah, we're all good here. I'm just still getting over the COVID. I've got just getting over I got a cough, which is still persistent. It's slowly going.
Yeah, wife and I both caught a cold on the way back from
you got rid of it now?
Almost. A little bit, but most of it's gone, thankfully. Took about a week to get rid of that damn thing.
Oh, right.
Damn.
I got the C virus on Christmas Day, and so, you know, I've been feeling okay for about a week now, and it lasted a good 2 weeks. But after I felt good, I've still got this cough that's just slowly going.
Yeah.
I was looking at our British government website, do a weekly flu and C virus report, and I was looking at that the other day. C virus is generally petering away, really. Is not that much of a wave going on at the moment. It's very virulent, but not many hospitalizations. However, it's the worst flu season we've had, apparently, since 2009 swine flu season. So it's quite prevalent out there, but not. It's not going to kill you really unless you've got some real underlying problems. Yeah, I mean, Costa says there, take honey and lemon, but these things, I generally find that they don't really work. It's too late. You're better off making sure you're good, fit, and healthy beforehand. Keep yourself hydrated. That's a key issue. What I was doing specifically was taking paracetamol or acetaminophen, followed by ibuprofen, loads of coffee, and that made me feel reasonable for a while.
Yeah, all I did was take some acetaminophen once in a while, and then some antihistamine, and then I blamed my wife. That made me feel better. Blame the wife.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the most the nightmare scenario for me, if I was to go abroad, would be to have some sort of injury out there, and we go back to the health insurance thing again, but you might have researched it and thought you got the best package possible, but it's only until something really happens that you've got to delve into the detail and then discover actually what you are and not aren't covered for, and you'll be surprised. Some people, I'll be very surprised if anything does happen. I'll be very surprised if it all goes smoothly. That's how much faith I've got in these insurance companies. At the end of the day, that's what you're dealing with, insurance companies. And if you haven't declared anything beforehand, like a pre-existing condition or an ailment beforehand, that's another clause for them to get out of it, and you're then paying to get back. And a lot of these. Well, in Europe, we used to have this when we was part of the EU. We used to have the thing called EHIC card, the European Health Card, basically, and it was a card that you could put in for free, and 2 weeks later it arrived. It's like a credit card size thing with your name on it and your national health number on it and that sort of stuff. And it basically entitled you to the same level of healthcare that any national would get abroad, free. Above and beyond that, and people would use that as their own sort of, I don't need health insurance because I got that sort of thing. But that's not the case, really. So, yeah. And when it's okay having some sort of health cover and this sort of thing, but when you get an injury and you have to be casevaced back because you're in a bed, you're bedbound literally, and they have to get a special flight on for that bed and you, then good luck with that one. You're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars and pounds worth of fees.
Well, I don't worry too much about that because Philippines accepts quite a few of our insurance plans and all that.
Okay,
and there's
That's
doctors
good.
and there are doctors and nurses all over that country. That's where our doctors and nurses come from. Philippines.
Same here. Yeah.
Well, in fact, we saw a dermatologist while we were there, and I got a mole removed from my chest and one from a skin tag on my side, and I got a plantar's wart removed from right there. And it cost us. We just walked in. There's no appointment. There's no insurance. Nothing like that. It was like $30 or $40. Just walk in, go in there, and get it done. And that freaking doctor was just pure hotness, man. She was freaking gorgeous, man. God damn. I felt like such a pussy because when she put the lidocaine into my thumb, the first injection went underneath my thumbnail and into my thumb next to the bone, and I was squealing like a bitch. So I tried that name, rank, and serial number, and that didn't work, man. Oh, I was squealing. I felt like such a jerk in front of this goddamn hot doctor, man. She was feeling fine, man. Dun, 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 I'm a big hero. Hey, look at you, gorgeous. Oh, stop it!
Wait, there's this urban sort of myth going around. I don't know if anyone's heard about this, but the CIA did a load of research into pain, ignoring pain and all this sort of stuff. And apparently, if you 55515 is the key number you got to think of. And if you recite that over in your head and say it whilst the pain is hitting you, apparently it alleviates you. Anyway, I hope that injection didn't have adrenaline with it.
I was like 474 Tactical Fighter Wing Senior Airman, you know. God damn, man, that didn't work. Oh yeah, I was on I'd go to a few of the Filipino channels, and when I was on a panel the other day with the Filipinos, and I was telling some foreign guys who were looking to court a Filipina, and I've got good advice. I got 20 years of experience, and I said, example is that dermatologist. She's a doctor, got her own private practice, and she's single. You will find women like that over in the Philippines, man. There's so many of them over there. Good God, you know. And now, man, the best advice I could give to those guys who are thinking about it is just get a passport, go over there and hang out. You'll find a good one over there, man. There's just so many single women over there. It's just outrageous. And if all else fails, blame CR. Fire him. You know?
CR's in the shadows. I'm waiting for him to step forward.
CR, you're fired. You're fired, mister. Oh, I do. Endo, I do, man. Oh, that girl was fine. Mm. But the wife's in the waiting room.
And CR taking notes.
And he's taking notes. I'm probably going to bounce out of here, fellas. Good topic. Yeah, good topic. No matter where you are in the world, guys, a couple of Marlboro cigarettes will buy you out of almost any situation.
That's the thing with this sort of topic is you don't really know, and until it's either happened to you or you hear stories from other people and you learn from their experiences. There's so many pitfalls.
Mm-hmm. All right, fellas, I'm going to bounce out of here. Good to talk to you all again.
Yeah.
No worries. We'll catch you in a bit, Bob.
All right. Peace out, guys. Take care.
Yeah. Take care.
Bye for now.
Yeah. And another thing is don't put things in your hand bag or
the carry on bag.
You take when you go aboard on the plane, that you should not have there, like a lighter or any fluids you should not have.
Yeah, those sorts of things will get filtered out when you go through security at the airport, and generally they'll just get taken off you, confiscated, unless it's a prohibited item for your own country.
Yeah, I heard about one who had a scissor in his handbag, and when I found it, they took it away because it's prohibited. You can't even have a scissor.
That's right. Yeah. You can't take. Let's have a look. I'll just read this from a website. So I'll go to the British government websites. hand luggage restrictions at UK airports.
Yeah.
So all liquids, all drinks, including water.
Yeah.
However, you are allowed to take containers which hold no more than 100 milliliters of fluid.
Yeah.
But they must be transparent and sealable and all this sort of stuff. And that must be in a bag as well.
Yeah.
Cosmetics and toiletries, including creams, lotions, oils, perfumes, mascara, lip gloss, shaving foam, any pressurized bottles, basically.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, paste including toothpaste. These are all liquids, classed as liquids. Contact lens solutions. But this is all part of your pre-flight research. So every
Yeah.
sort of government should have this sort of information. Any sort of sharp blade and stuff like that, forget it. Yeah, like Hendo says there, nail clippers, Swiss Army knife, forget that. Scissors, nail files, stuff like this, forget it. It's all out the window. Even legal carry, criminal identifying gel, that's out the window. So some airlines will actually let you. Sorry, some airport security will let you take lighters if it's got some sort of safety ignition thing on it. Some have got a sort of safety catch on it for lighters.
Yep.
But you need to check on that, really. So. I didn't know that. So Daryl says some airports have forms that you fill in so that your stuff that was taken off you can be sent back to you. Now, that's quite good of them.
I didn't know that.
I had some stuff confiscated at an airport before I went to Norway. I've never seen that again.
Yeah, Sierra, that is another thing.
Yeah. I mean, when you're coming back, the whole passport thing has changed now. But the British passport system has changed anyway. The new passports have got they're integrated with the facial recognition system. So, when you put in for a new passport nowadays, your data from the photograph you submit for your passport is part of a facial recognition database, and you basically don't even need to show your passport anymore. You just walk straight through, and away you go. And as you're walking through, your face gets recognized and let through. And if it doesn't get recognized or it gets flagged up for some reason, you get pulled aside and grilled. Another thing on passports is a lot of people like to brag about how many passport stamps they've got in their passport. To prove later on down the line, years to come, say, oh, I went to this country, that country, and all this sort of stuff. However, you go to certain countries, or if your flight gets diverted to a country that you didn't intend to go to, and they look at your passport and you've got certain passport stamps in there from various countries you visited, that can be frowned upon as well. I won't delve into it too much, but for instance, let's say you've been to Israel. Let's say you've been to Israel and you've got an Israeli stamp in your passport, but on the way you get diverted to another country that doesn't favour Muslims, Israelis that much, and you get the sort of picture I mean. But those sorts of days are starting to go out the window now because the passport system's becoming automated and more high tech, more expensive as well. The cost of a passport these days is horrendous.
Yeah. Posting too much usually gets you in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are always so wary about deep vein thrombosis or DVTs when flying on long flights as well. Some people like to wear flight socks. Some people pop an aspirin just prior to the flight. All this sort of stuff. Some people like to get up, walk around. Yeah, fine, you know.
Yeah.
Take as many precautions as you can and would do to keep yourself from developing a deep vein thrombosis, because that could kill you hours after the flight.
Yeah.
If you go diving, and you know, people who go scuba diving should know this. Be very wary about flying after they've been diving, because you haven't dissipated all the gas in your system, and you might develop some sort of Benz condition. Yeah, the real sweet, so that your ears don't pop. They used to do that. They used to give out sweets in the 70s, 80s, 90s, just as the flight was taking off and landing. So it makes people's ears pop, especially to kids. But I think they stopped doing that now. Most cabins are pressurized at around 8,000 feet ish. There are some variations, but yeah. But you know, it's not all about flying, as we said earlier. You could be on a cruise. Number one, don't miss your boat at a port when you get off for a visit somewhere. Chew gum, that's another good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're on a boat or a ship or a cruise, anything like that, take heed of the rescue drills. Participate in the rescue drills. Don't be drunk while they're on. Take note of where the lifeboats are, where the your life jackets are, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, swallowing equalizes the pressure in the eustachian tubes between your ear and your nasal passages, your sinuses. But yeah, you know, it's not all about just travel advice. It's what happens when you're abroad. All this sort of stuff people should know already. It should be what we're really trying to get to here is emergency preparedness whilst you're abroad, really. What to do when something does happen. Longest flight, 25 hours 19. South America. My longest flight was when I flew from Brize Norton near Oxford to Hong Kong. We had 2 stopovers. The longest one was 22 hours altogether. Yeah. Yeah, so don't, you know, it sounds basics. Don't ignore the safety warnings and all this sort of stuff, but people do. Flying back and forth to Alaska and various duty stations. Yeah. Not in a Hercules, is it? If anyone's been in a Hercules and know how slow they are, they take forever.
Hercules, C130.
Yeah. Gone now. They did update. Well, they did have the C-130 Mark 1, C-130 Mark 3, the stretch version. Then it went on to the C-130J series, which was all digitized, all that sort of stuff. And they're starting to go now. And Britain, they're getting we have got, the Atlas A400 and the C-17s. And the big Voyager aircraft as well. Yeah, I remember seeing this program was on about disasters abroad, and these 2 guys were in the Far East somewhere, and this storm was going to come in, and they said, "Oh, it's not going to be that bad. It's just going to be a typical storm sort of thing." But the storm built up power and it developed into a typhoon. Duro says there, I was in a city opposite the Falkland Islands on my way to the glaciers, the south of Argentina. My girlfriend's dad told me not to speak English. Yeah. Just after the
For
Falklands, was
what
it?
reason?
Well, the Falklands and the Falklands War.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, so it must have been back in the 80s, Daryl.
Yeah, I believe somewhere in the middle of the 80s, I believe.
So he says, have you been somewhere where you cannot speak English? No, but I have kept my mouth shut in quite a few occasions.
1982, Falkland
Yeah,
War was April 2nd, 1982.
Yeah, the Falklands
to
82.
June, yeah, to
real,
June 14th, 1982.
Yeah. So, all right. So Daryl said it was the 90s, so it wasn't that long after, really, the Falklands. They still wanted the Malvinas, as they call it. But hands off, it's ours. Fight you for it.
See, you are the only person in the world who can get those food ads. I don't.
Food ads. Is he on about via YouTube?
Yeah, by YouTube.
Oh, right. I used to run an ad blocker, and I still do. It's called, because I use Firefox, and I use Ad Blocker Ultimate, and you don't see any adverts on any website, really. You don't get any pop-ups. You don't get all these annoying things on the left and right of news sites and all this sort of stuff. And it used to work on YouTube. You never used to see any adverts at all. You might have seen an advert the first time it opens, but they've clamped down on it now. And if I've had to disable it, because if you enable it, it gives you like 3 warnings, and it will kick you off YouTube for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on to languages, whatever country you're going to, it might be a good idea to learn a bit of the language you're going to, or have some sort of phrase book with you. Or even nowadays, you can get auto translators on your phone. And if you really want to splash the cash, you can buy some earbuds which auto translate when someone's speaking to you. They cost a fortune, though.
Thank you, CR, for that.
Yeah, get the watch time up there.
I fly before, but I don't like it. Flying is not my cup of tea, actually. I am more or less. I don't trust airplanes. I don't.
Airplanes, all right. It's helicopters are the danger. And also,
I prefer a ship or a big cruising ship or something. That's much safer, at least for me. I have more control over the situation. In a plane, you can't do anything. You're screwed no matter what. If something happens.
Well, planes are quite safe. You look at how many flights are at any one time it's going on. But they got it's a tried and tested mode of flying, I suppose. Apart from Boeing, they've just been grounded, and one of the aircraft fleet in Boeing just been grounded because part of the aircraft fell off.
Yeah, the problem is if I fly, I got a pressure.
All right, you got sinus blockage or something.
Yeah, and it feels like my eyes are going to pop out of the sockets.
Right.
And I get headache from it, and I'm like a bowstring. I just stiff like a bowstring, basically, when I fly out. So I don't like flying at all.
Yeah, some people don't like boats. I mean, Daryl doesn't like boats there. I think a big danger would be these little excursions, like if you go somewhere on the coast and you want to go on a fishing trip for a half a day, or a boat sightseeing trip, or you go on the glass bottom boat trip. Those are more dangerous because you never know, and they're not regulated, these little trip boats and stuff like that, who you are with, what safety gear they've got, is the engine any good, and this sort of stuff. Next thing you know, the boat's broken down because the engine's knackered, and you were in the middle of the sinking ship with sharks around you and this sort of stuff.
Well, you have a certain amount of percent to survive if you get into waters where sharks is. Then if you're in a plane and you crash, you have a very small chance of survival.
I'd rather trust planes than boats, but that's me. But helicopters are that's another story. Trains as well. Trains are quite can be a bit precarious in certain countries.
Yeah, I like trains.
I think the biggest, probably the biggest threat any tourist gets exposed to would be in a car or any sort of transport on the road. Road safety abroad is a massive key issue. And like I said, especially if what did you say? Have you ever tasted poo when you breathe on a plane? You'll have to explain yourself with that one, Costa.
Yeah, I think he has to do
I have
really
once.
good explanation.
I know when you're in a plane, your taste buds get dumbed down. That's why most aircraft food is more of a spicy and richer tasting food. But yeah, so road safety is a massive problem, massively underrated, and
especially in other countries, the roads are probably not that maintained that well either. So there is a lot of traffic too. So
you don't realize road conditions. You might not be used to the road conditions at all.
Yeah.
So in some of these other countries in the Mediterranean, for instance, half of them drive round and bowl tires, and it's funny, as soon as you see a bit of rain, you see a load of crashes because they just can't stop, basically.
Yeah.
I've known quite a few people who've died abroad through road crashes, and it's not been their fault. They've been in like taxis and stuff like that, or hire cars, and it's just an unavoidable tragedy, really. And so many people die this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I remember a white knuckle ride I went on in Egypt, and that was horrendous. Cairo. Got into a taxi there. It was just, four of us in the end just said, stop the taxi, we're off. So we just got out and walked the rest of the way. It was that bad.
Yeah.
Horrendous. It's, like the comedy films you see, it's just like that sort of thing, Yeah, I was going back to. I'll just read this comment out here. Even worse, if a place that is not used to get snow gets some, and no one is prepared or equipped for it. Yeah, that's a good point. That is.
Too.
So if you're in a place and like I said earlier, oh, we've never seen the weather like this before in 100 years, and all of a sudden they get a snowstorm, and everyone's running around crashing into each other because the locals aren't even used to it. Yeah. So Duro says, I love traveling by car. I went on a 7,000 kilometer drive in Argentina. Yeah, that was sounds like a good little trip. Long trip, should I say?
Yeah, that's a really long trip.
Yeah, so I was going to say, there was this program, and there was a documentary, and these two guys were in the middle of the Far East somewhere. And there was this storm moving in. They didn't think it was going to be that bad. Turns out it was going to be a Category 4 hurricane or typhoon that was coming in on them, and no one was really prepared for it. So they all just hunkered down in the hotel, and they were told to stay in their rooms. Next thing you know, half the hotel roof has been ripped off. Big storm surge, all the streets 4 foot of water, and then they get roped into. And this is another key aspect of something we haven't spoke about yet, is getting, you could be in your hotel room and get told to hunker down, but next thing you know, you're being drafted into some sort of rescue program, or you're helping someone across the street in a flooded area or across the way somewhere, rescuing them and getting them back into your sort of safe zone or your safe hotel room or your safety lobby of the hotel. And that's what happened to these two guys. They got drafted in as, locals say, can you help us with his family across the road and stuff like that, because they're trapped. So they agreed to it, and they weren't dressed properly for it. They had shorts, t-shirts, and training shoes on. And the storm was starting to die down, but it was still quite strong. And as they went out, they were getting hit by debris. One of them got hit in the head by a bit of flying whatever, probably wood. And the other one, as they were wading through sort of waist-high water that they couldn't see through because it was muddy and murky, ripped his leg open on a bit of metal under the water. So then, you're going to help someone, you're not dressed for it properly, then you become a casualty then. So this guy had a big gash on his leg. He had to go back. He then has to sort the problem out of cleaning the wound and getting it dressed, by whatever first aid kit they had. Meanwhile, the other guy was helping the family, and they brought him back to the hotel. But yeah, and Duro says there, Caroline strain. Plus lots of windows blown out, and you got all kinds of debris and water coming in. Yep. So you're in with the rest of everyone else. You're then a victim. You literally, it's a yo-yo situation. You're on your own. You've only got what you bought with you in your hold suitcase and your hand baggage. Then that's why I say, I would always carry with me my own independent first aid kit with my own legal pain medication, some antihistamines, anti-inflammatories, some sort of pain relief, something for the shits, some rehydration salts, a good first aid kit, enough to see you through a couple of days. Because if you're in any sort of situation like this, all the doctors are going to be inundated, and the hospital is going to be inundated anyway. Yeah. So self-aid is key initially. And I'd always carry a water bottle with an internal filter in it as well, a good one. Like I say, I use the water to go water bottle. They are absolutely excellent. You can literally fill it up with muddy rainwater out of a puddle. It'll still be drinkable. And a couple of either some MREs or some freeze-dried food lobbed into your whole baggage won't go amiss. And maybe a small penknife and multi-tool and stuff like this, and dental first aid kit, all that sort of thing, basically, and as many backups as possible without ruining your holiday, because all you got is a suitcase full of backups. Then you go on a holiday, you haven't got any change of clothing because you got your defibrillator in your suitcase and your spare first aid kit, your dental kit, and your rations, and you've basically got a mini prep store in your suitcase. So it's all within reason. It depends where you go, I suppose. Yeah, if you go into somewhere more austere, the back wilds of the African bush, you'd take something different than going to.
Hey, Grace, good to see you.
Cuba or Australia. Hey, Grace. So what to do in a foreign country? Go on, sorry.
Yeah.
What to do in a foreign country if someone wants your stuff? Right.
That's a tricky one.
Well, so if it's a mugging, then fine.
Then it's fine. It's better to
give them what they
let
want.
them have it. Yeah.
If you haven't identified the situation beforehand and got out of there to begin with, then you're face to face with the situation. So give them what they want and get out. Basically, your lives are worth more than a couple of $100 or whatever. But if it's another situation where you've been hit with a disaster and the hotel lobby wants everyone to get their personal first aid kits and give them to them, then that's a different story. That's going to be purely your call sort of thing. He says there, what if it's the only stuff left? Well, like I say, it's your call. It depends on the time frame, the projected time frame of how long the situation is going to last for a start off. How likely is it that you're going to be completely stuffed if you give your stuff away? So how much is your stuff going to contribute to the bigger picture if you give it away? You're better off keeping it and so on. Caitlin says, I have a filter that has replaceable carbon filter elements. It attaches to a flexible bottle type bag. I also have a water purification tablets to handle the biological buggers. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. So it'd be good. Interested to see, Kaylin, what make and model water filter you've got. It's always a good one for people to have a research with.
Yeah. Okay, CR.
If it is a knife, it is a fight. Knives are extremely difficult to defend against. Almost impossible.
You can, but you need to know exactly what you're doing, and it takes a lot of practice and training for that. And most people are not trained for it.
Even then, you can look at people who've done research and videos online about this sort of thing, and it's more or less impossible to defend. You can't walk away unscathed from someone attacking you with a knife, unless at hand you've got other items, chairs, bottles, plants, tables, computers, something else to fight back, or you want to go
or a backpack.
Or a backpack. If you're backed into a corner and someone is coming at you with a knife, then you've got nothing to lose. You go into full psycho mode and you just throw everything you've got at them and get away, basically. And if it's a tight area, that person is still going to be a threat if they're A, alive, or B, still conscious. So your call.
Kaylin says Life Straw Flex. You can get it on Amazon.
The Life Straw Flex, right?
Yeah, there are. She has bought extra carbon filters for it.
I'll have a look now. There's some good products out there. The Life Straw Flex.
Huga says that metal ball keychain you have, Shadow, looks like a good defensive tool when you don't have anything else. Yeah.
Yep. I like. Was it someone said they put in one of your comments on that video? Someone said they made one with a snooker ball or a pool ball inside it.
Yeah,
that's one mean tool that is. But if you're going to the lengths of making something like that, you can probably come up with another device. Yeah, good little object. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get some speed on it and hit on the hand or fingers, that will hurt. Definitely.
Around the side of the head.
Yeah, that
definitely,
too.
definitely need some practice to avoid hitting yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, make sure that belt doesn't hold up your pants.
Yeah, I mean,
Otherwise,
starting
you
to
will drop the
delve
pants.
into defense when abroad, and yeah, umbrellas are a good one to have, even if it's in a hot country, because you can use an umbrella to shield yourself from the sun or the rain, and they are if you know what you're doing, get a good umbrella. You can get dedicated umbrellas for defense, and they're good tools to have, even against animal attack as well.
Yeah.
And on the subject of animals, you go abroad, and a lot of people, they're not used to seeing snakes. They're not used to seeing big spiders or unusual creatures or unusual fish. And it tends to be more the youngsters. They go up to them, they like having a poke and a play. And, I've done it myself. Start prodding. The next thing you know, you've been stung, bitten, or or worse by some sort of creature. Yeah. I mean, I can remember we was in the desert and found a little scorpion, one of the tiny ones, which are
Yeah.
quite bad. And we're playing about with it, put it in a jar, and next thing you know, it's gone down someone's body armor.
Yeah.
Never seen anyone do ropes quick in my life. Yeah. Some of those. He says they can kill someone if that ball hit them in the temple. Yeah, it's surprising how lethal some objects can be. Even a pencil,
Yeah.
keychain, set of keys, and etc. etc. Yeah.
Yes. If you pop the jugular, you could also kill someone. Yeah.
I think one of the worst scenario, another bad scenario, someone could find
Yeah.
themselves in if you go on a cruise, you're literally at the mercy of the ship's crew and the captain, and if the boat starts to list. I mean, recently it was only like 2 weeks ago, I think it was, or last week. There was a cruise ship, going just off the coast of Norway, and it lost all power, and it was in the
Yeah.
middle of a real bad storm, and that's it. Then you're at the mercy of the sea. Boat's got no power.
Yeah.
Help isn't going to. Good luck with helicopters in gale force winds. It takes a long time for them to get to you, and other ships coming to your aid. You're just sat there as a sitting duck, flying debris all around the ship. Sat there with your life jacket on, thinking, well, when's this going to end? You might have phone signal. Your phone signal in the middle of the high seas is going to be dependent. You're going to be going through the satellite system of the boat, unless
Yeah.
you've got your own satellite phone. So
Yeah, and most people can't afford a satellite phone because they
no,
are so expensive to. First of all, they are expensive to buy, and then you
yeah,
need
time, yeah,
yeah, and that costs money too. So
yeah, completely out of most people's reach. I mean, it's not really way up the odds of buying it, and it's not really worth buying a satellite phone just for the purposes of going on a cruise, because you're putting all your faith into the safety of the ship. So yeah, it's a bit.
well, you're not a Navy SEAL, so you don't need a satellite phone.
No, no. Although some phones now, a lot of phones are starting to look towards that. I think one of the new Apple phones has got a satellite capability as well. But yeah, I mean, you wouldn't do anyway. You wouldn't normally carry a satellite phone on a cruise ship anyway. most cruise ships now, the security is just as tight as airport security as well. So same rules apply. Same rules apply. Same sort of things. You can restrictions to take on the boat as well. Yeah, you know, weigh up the odds. Look at what the potential pitfalls are in the country you're going to, and plan accordingly. Really. I know it's better. You know, if there's two of you going, you can have double redundancy there because your wife or partner, wherever it is, can also take a spare phone, another amount of cash. You can split all your luggage down between you two, and so on and so on. So it's not that much of an issue. If you go in a bigger group, then fine. I know a lot of people here in Britain, they like to go on coach trips. Coach trips abroad to the continent. They might go to Paris, Italy, all around Europe, basically. And you're then same sort of deal. You're at the mercy of the driver, basically. How good's the driver? How often do they swap over so they don't fall asleep? You know, how often do they have rest breaks? Is he driving like a crazy fool around the tight switchback bends of the Alps and this sort of thing? How good is the actual vehicle itself? And it's surprising that a lot of how often it happens. Coach trips crash with up to 52 passengers on board.
Hey, grumpy old guy. Good to see you.
Away. Hey, grumpy old guy. Minus 7 degrees C from Michigan. Yeah, so Daryl says don't eat cold food in some countries. Yeah, I was on about that earlier. I personally would never eat a salad abroad. I try and avoid seafood abroad, and anything raw is just complete no because it rules out. You know, when stuff starts to get cooked, it kills off a large amount of bacteria. Never had mistakes raw or rare. Always well done, and so on and so on. Never have ice because you never know where the ice came from. Never drink out the tap. Always bottled water. Watch what you drink. Never get too drunk. Last thing you want to do is be caught up in the middle of a disaster and you're half cut or fully drunk.
Or have a hangover.
Or have a massive hangover. Oh, God. That would be the worst nightmare scenario going, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a grumpy old guy there. Just do it the old-fashioned way. Just don't go abroad. And there's a lot of people like that. You know, you don't have to go abroad. A lot of people like to go abroad every year, twice a year on holiday and this sort of thing. They feel they have to. Then again, a lot of people don't go abroad. They just stay put or stay within their own country.
Yeah.
Reminds me, I went skiing in Norway so long back, and Norway's expensive. Expensive country, that is.
Yeah, I know. I have been in Norway, and that is it's really expensive.
I went. It's probably the most expensive country I've ever been to. I went to a place called Geilo or Yalo, Geilo ski resort. You know, nice place and stuff like that. But we was up one of the ski cafes, and me and the wife got 2 bottles of 500 mils, half a litre water, and 2 muffins. And it come to the equivalent of £18, 18 British pounds. Unbelievable. It was, that was £18 for a pint of beer. Absolutely ridiculous prices.
Yeah,
anyway,
I know.
So we were there, and then this happens a lot as well. Is people going off piste skiing, and you get the avalanche threat. Before you know it, they caught an avalanche, and another member of the group, if they survive, are going back for help, calling the ski rescue to come try and search for them in the avalanche. So if anyone does go off piste or even go skiing, there are ski jackets in there with built-in sensors in the jacket, so that people can find you if you're caught in an avalanche. Stuff like this. Wear bright color jackets, so you're easily seen, easily identifiable if you're lost or smothered or whatever. We'll always wear a ski helmet. We've all seen what happened to Michael Schumacher and others. Yeah, Duro says they always take water purification tablets. That's that's a really good move, because for the size of a water purification tablets and the benefits it can produce, it's a real good force multiplier. It's well worth its weight and size. Yeah, and if some people go into other areas which are not as populated, they might want to take a personal locator beacon or automatic sensor, like she's indicating there, if you get caught in an avalanche and so on. Yeah, but like we said earlier, the last thing you want to do is take a suitcase full of preps. You got to have some enjoyments. You weigh up the odds, really. There's only so much you can take. Just make sure that you've got your insurance, you've done your research beforehand, you've got money to get back, a small first aid kit, and so on and so on. Yeah, Daru says, remember to check the dates of your water tablets. Yeah, I know they've got a 4 or 5 year lifespan. They are chlorine based, so they do diminish over time. Any medication you take, make sure the dates on that will cover your journey. Your passport, make sure. I know you shouldn't be allowed to travel really if you got more than or less than 6 months on your passport left, for instance. There's a lot of people, from all countries around the world that they go on holiday, something happens, and they can't get back. The flights are cancelled through a storm, or they miss their flight, or some national event has happened that stops them getting back. So, it's in all these events, there's a lot of waiting around at the best of times, but in a lot of disasters or unforeseen national events, political events, and so on, there's a lot of waiting around. So take some something to bide the time. An example of an indirect event was 9/11, and apart from the one flight which well, when 9/11 happened,
hey Sierra.
Hey Sierra.
Hi TV, hi Shadow, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hear you good.
Yeah. I'm trying something out while I'm doing this.
Oh, right, okay. We just talking. So I was just saying.
I'm outside.
Right. Just saying. During 9/11, they closed all American airspace, apart from the one flight which was allowed to leave, which carried Osama bin Laden's family. Make that of what you will. They were allowed out of the country anyway. A large amount of flights, as Colin said, I was just about to say, were diverted, and they were put into Winnipeg, I think, was where a lot of flights landed. Winnipeg was swamped.
I think it was Winnipeg, and Pearson Airport in Toronto, and amongst other things.
Right. So all these flights descended onto these. Winnipeg's not that big, really, is it? And hurry up and wait until it all sort of blows over.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on, God knows how many flights I've been on where I've got on the aircraft and had to get off again because it's broken down, or there's a crack in the windscreen. That's a favourite one, or there's a warning light, and
it happens. And this happens even regularly, right? Even right now here in Canada, there's delays out west on airports. Some people are delayed like 3 days, right? So you got to do something in the meantime.
Absolutely. So I'm just about to depart. It's 9:30.
Yeah. I see. This is why. See. I always join right before you leave.
Right. We're tag teaming to keep Shadow company.
Yeah. See, that's why I don't show up right away.
That sounds like a wrestling match.
Yeah.
Tag team.
Remember the old 80s tag team?
Preparedness veteran's the leader.
Yeah.
I'm just a co-pilot.
I'm not the leader. I'm just another voice in the background supporting Shadow.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I can be the leader.
Yeah, flights are notorious for delays and stuff like this. And
even regularly. I mean, in the wintertime and stuff like that, during storms and stuff like that, it happens all the time. Delays, or it gets diverted to another airport or something like that.
Yeah.
Very common, even nowadays, right? It doesn't even have to be, per se, like, international or anything, right? You could just be, going home for Christmas or whatever, right? Stuff like that.
I can remember going to, I flew to Calgary once. As soon as the flight took off, like 20 minutes into the flight, there was a problem with a passenger. And this passenger, all of a sudden, didn't like flying. Kicked off a big hoo-ha about it. Anyway, the flight then had to circle for the next 30-odd minutes, dump fuel, and then land back at where we took off from. And then that caused, that was about 4 or 5 hours delay because the aircraft had to turn itself around, refuel, and all this sort of crap. Kick the passenger off, took off again. It just throws everything out from your body clock all the way through to your whole itinerary. And, at the other end, you might have the transport booked and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's just a bloody nightmare.
Your connection flights and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, well, connecting flights as well, that's another issue because...
oh, that's horrible.
They never seem to give you enough time to get your connecting flight. I've flew to from Gatwick Airport.
Run. We gotta make a connection flight. Run! We got 10 minutes to get to the
exactly.
the
Yeah, I flew from Gatwick, London, to Florida, Miami, via Texas, and what was the Texas airport called? Can't remember. I'll remember it in a minute. Anyway, London's airport, Texas, and we literally had 10 minutes to get from terminal, whatever it was, to the other terminal. This is a massive airport. You literally had to bloody run to get there, and we only just made it. And especially, when you don't know where you are, what you're doing, you think, well, you have to ask people, and it's a bloody nightmare.
Yeah, you're trying to look for your gate number. It's just like, you know what gate number X is?
Yep.
Yeah, it's on the other side. Oh, damn it. Run, baby, come on, we can make it, man. Come on, we're making good time.
Yeah, Dallas Fort Worth was, yeah. And then you get all the smokers who want to go out for a smoke. They can't smoke in the terminal, so they've got to go out of security, have a smoke, and then come back in through security again. So if anyone's doing that on a connecting flight sort of thing, they've got to factor in how long it takes to come back in through security again, because that takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's interesting, that Daryl, because I said I'd never go on a Ryanair flight. If anyone doesn't know, Ryanair is a super budget flight, and they charge you for everything from the seat, picking your seat you sat in, to the sandwich you're going to eat, to it'll be toilet stops next, how much baggage you've got. And if you deviate for any one of these things, you get fined, you see. But I've always gone EasyJet, and I've always found them all right. Yeah, EasyJet's owned by a Greek bloke. I think his name's Stavros, I can't be sure. But... Right, so, I'm going to depart, Shadow. See ya.
Yeah, no problem.
Feel better, or at least back to normal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm back normal now. I've just got a bit of just getting rid of a bit of a cough.
Well, like back to 100%. I mean, over your.
Yeah, 99%. I've started training again this week, so it's not that bad. Right. So yeah, I'll catch you later, everyone.
Take care, baby.
See you in a while.
Yeah, we do.
And now you guys are left with me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean,
no
I'm here.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. So like I was saying, I'm just trying out some stuff while I'm doing this. Might as well. Good time as any to try it out.
Yeah. Grumpy says, I refuse to get in or anything. I cannot grab the wheel in case of emergency. Yeah.
Well, I do have both stories and real world, not scenarios, but stories. So, because for anyone that has ever wondered, that's the channel. But if anyone's ever watched the show I Shouldn't Be Alive, there is this one episode where this couple decided to go for a walk before their, I think it was ship or train or whatever, or bus departed. They got lost in like some mountainous areas or whatever because they made the wrong turn and they didn't get back to their bus on time. And yeah, I mean, they survived it, but I mean, like, it happens. So, you know, if you don't go for a walk in a place that you're familiar with, don't go too far. Have some breadcrumbs to get back, right? Because I've been in places where I didn't know the place, and this is before like Google Maps and anything was really common, right? So like I would just go just you know, it would be a couple blocks. That's it, right? Not nothing too major. And let's just say, like I've been in Toronto before. I remember the first time I was in Toronto. This was when I was younger, right? And we were staying for a whole month, right? So every day I would just gradually increase the distance. So I get familiar with the area more and more, right?
Kaylin says you have a little audio hiccups.
Sorry. I don't know. I've been having issues all day. You know that. As long as you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, even if it's some.
I don't know why. I seem to still have
hiccup.
issues. I'll take a look in a second. I'm just away from the phone for a moment here. But yeah, so you just, like I was saying, you just gradually increase the distance, right? So you get familiar with the area as you go more and more. Especially if you're in a new area, let's just say town, city, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter where. You just slowly get familiar with it, right? Always remembering your road back, right? I mean, I did this when I was like, before I turned to an adult, actually. I was like 16 or so when I did that, right? So, you know, because I was old enough to walk alone, but obviously, I mean, a place I've never been in, right? So, I just gradually increased the distance over time. You know, by the third week, I was going like 5-6 kilometers away, right? But I always knew, okay, I gotta go back on the street, come back this way, head back to my uncle's place at that time. Because you don't, like I said, you don't want to get lost, right? Like even in a town or a city, you don't want to get lost, right? Because you don't know anyone, right? You don't know anyone, right?
I agree.
You don't know anyone, right? And try to remember where you're the name or the place that you're staying at, right? That way you can at least ask for directions if necessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And stuff like that. I mean, I always brought water with me and stuff like that, obviously because it was the middle of the summer. Man.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, now I'm starting to remember. It was put 37 out in Toronto that year. Oh, it was so hot. So yeah, I had to bring water. So, but yeah, I've been in other places, so around the country and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, Grumpy.
Yeah. Know where you're going. And if you're not familiar with the area, start getting familiar. Slowly get familiar with it, right? Over time. Like landmarks and stuff like that, whatever it is, right? Like this was before GPS was common and all this other stuff, right? For the age of the smartphone and all this stuff, right? You know, I didn't have a phone at that time too, so I couldn't even call, right? So it was just like, yeah, I know better. Like, you gotta know where you're going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Chat is trying to see if Shadow can keep a straight face. Well, it's hard to keep a straight face.
Okay, I turned on the echo cancellation on the StreamYard side.
Yeah, that sounds
Hopefully
like a
it'll
good idea to me. Yeah, that probably will help a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in other places. I've been in the U.S. once, so yeah, I didn't venture that far because I knew I didn't want. But that was the place I visited was a bigger area, so I definitely did not want to venture that far. But I did take before I left. I took a virtual tour because
Yeah,
like you generally know where you're gonna stay at, a hotel, whatever, friend's place, whatever, right? So you just kind of take a virtual tour and be like, even if it's a couple years back, at least see some landmarks and be like, okay, this is where I'm staying, right? Let's say it's on the east side of town or whatever, right? And then you're okay. So if I go north, it would be over here, you know, and stuff like that. And then when you see it in the real world, for real, right? Then you refer back to it, kind of deal. And if you want, take screenshots of it so you can refer to it on
yeah.
your phone, for example, at that time. That's what I
Another
was saying
good
about.
thing would be, another good thing would be to have to get yourself a local map.
I mean, if you're visiting a town or city, in this case, or even a national park, obviously that stuff's available, right? Like here in Canada, like if you went to go visit Jasper, or, Banff, or whatever these tourist spots, right? You can get
Yeah,
that stuff even for free, right? Like even if you're visiting, like let's say a town or city, right? You can get
yeah,
a map for free, or at least download
yeah,
it for free onto your phone,
yeah,
right? You know,
yeah,
where you have it offline access to it, right? Because most likely, unless you got data, you're probably not gonna have Wi-Fi, right, to connect in, right?
yeah,
But if you
exactly.
pre-download it in advance, you'll just have offline access to it versus, right? So, oh, did I mention everyone? I'm standing outside and it's like minus 29 out, minus like 20 Fahrenheit out. Yeah, why
Okay.
not? Why not? Why not? I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, yeah. Grumpy says petrol stations are good, are godsend. AAA road maps save a lot of time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. Those are really good to have.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing is, let's say, for example, if you were here in Canada right now and you're visiting someone where it's warmer, right? And you're gonna come back here and it's gonna be winter still, right? Like right now, for
Yeah,
example, right? You know, just leave your your winter jacket, your change of clothes with your friend who's gonna pick you up later in a couple of weeks or whatever, right? So they can bring it to the airport when you get back. That way you actually have warm clothes right away versus
yeah,
uh right. Because even right now, like if you were coming back and you left it was like 0 Celsius, well it's minus 30 out now, right? Whatever you're wearing is not that kind of right. As soon as you leave the terminal, it's gonna be cold, right? So having your friend bring your jacket, your winter jacket, your gloves or whatever might help. So you start getting used to it again, right? And stuff like that.
yeah.
So good thing to keep in mind. But yeah, PP was right. Have some stuffing on your carry-on. Some stuff. At least to make any type of overnight staying at the airport or a little bit more comfortable if need be, right? Even if it's got to be an inflatable pillow. I mean, because you might not even have a change of clothes with you per se, or enough of them, right, to even make a pillow. But a nice travel pillow is nice, right? Especially on those international flights, right? It's nice to have a pillow anyways.
Yeah.
So, because some people actually have to do it overnight or a couple days at the airport, right?
Yeah.
They gotta stay at the airport. And you want to be able to get some rest. I don't want to wake up with a sore neck at the airport, right? Everything else will be fine, right? There'll be access to water, obviously, right? You'll be warm in the airport per se and stuff like that, right? As long as you got cash, you can pay for food, but a good night's rest would be nice, especially if you're one of those people that are not a morning person, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Bring your charging cable. Maybe a battery bank if you want. I haven't been on a plane for a while, so I'm not as familiar with some of the newer regulations. So correct me if I'm wrong about stuff, because I haven't been on a plane for a while. So
yeah, I have very little experience when it comes to flying and flying internationally. So
I'm pretty sure you can still bring your charging cable. All right.
Yeah, that is something I definitely would bring.
Well, because
maybe a power bank too.
Yeah, because if you're gonna stay overnight at the airport or something, or you get delayed, well, it would be nice to be able to pass by the time on your phone, do whatever, right? Stuff like that, right? Have a book or something if you want. It can be your Kindle, your stuff like that, right? If you wear a headset, Bluetooth headset or whatever, have that kind of stuff with you, just so you don't have to be like, oh, my charging cable's in my luggage, and it's not here with me, right? It'd be nice to be able to have that stuff with you, right? So
yeah,
and that's easy enough to carry on. Like you can just put it in your pocket or whatever, right? So. I'm not paying attention to the chat right now, so you gotta relay the messages to me.
Grumpy says I always have a Kindle and a power bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Kindle. I have that too.
Well, usually if I remember right, usually the airport has like Wi-Fi, right, that you can access or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So even if you don't have international calling or if you have to make a call because hey, I'm getting delayed at the airport for like a couple of days because of the storm, right? At least you can relay the message to the people that are picking you up, so they don't have to be like, "I'm at the airport. Where are you? I got delayed." What? Information, right? It's just like telling someone that you're leaving when you're leaving or expected back. It's that same kind of philosophy, right? That kind of stuff. Because you don't want to worry people, right? It's like, I'm at the airport, where are you? Right? That kind of stuff, right? Because I can imagine right now out west here it's happening. I know it's happening because there's delays out west here at the Vancouver airport right now. So I've heard. One of my friends is waiting for someone to come back, and they just told me about that. They're like, yeah, CR, people are waiting at the airport, right? Because it's got delays and stuff like that. They gotta wait till like Monday to get back, even though they were supposed to return on Friday.
Yeah.
Just because the cold, the storms, the snow, and all this stuff, right? And try to, allow that travel time. Because You know, when you're traveling, there could be delays. All right. Like most of the time, most of the time when you're traveling, usually it goes without a hitch, right? But there is that one time, sometimes every so often, you hear from a friend, relative, co-worker, or whatever. Yeah, I had to wait at the airport for 2 days for that flight, right? Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if and you don't want to pay for a motel or hotel, so you just wait at the airport, right? Well, you're gonna pass by the time, right?
Yeah.
Somehow you're gonna pass by the time.
Yeah, Dear Level Survival says travel always with RFID wallets, like this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing because
you know
because
what
you don't know their systems. You don't know.
Yeah.
So people, you're in a foreign country and you don't know anything about the people, anything. And if you go shopping and somebody have a scanner or something that can pick up the signals. Yeah, from your card, even if you have it on you.
Yeah. If you're relying on that, right? I guess have other forms of currency with you. They're not relying on that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Bob would say, and Preparedness veteran said, have just enough cash to do certain things. Right?
Yeah.
Get back and, maybe get some food, bottle of water, stuff like that, right? Just so, and not up the creek without a paddle. And apparently, my phone's plugged in and my phone's still dropping power. It's that cold outside. I mean, actually not be able to stay out.
Yeah.
I can handle it, but my phone's not. I might actually have to go get the battery bank and keep my phone.
Yeah, you probably need.
This is why I decided to try this out. Apparently, I'm not doing the stream at this time when it's this cold. I can handle it, but also my phone's not handling it quite well. So I'll have to walk back inside. At least now I know. At least now I know. Better to know than not know at all. Yeah.
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 If I would travel to another country, let's say US or something, I would never use my own bank card.
Like if you go traveling or whatever a lot,
I would
right?
I would preferably use cash instead of card.
Or some prepaid, if you could, I guess, right? So there's no limited amount of funds on it, so, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I randomly slip out unexpectedly, it's because my phone got too cold now. I'm about to go back in, though.
Yeah. Yeah. You have pretty cold now, so.
Yeah. On the bright side, these ski pants are really warm. These ski pants are really warm. Yeah, because I'm wearing shorts underneath. I'm not even wearing pants underneath these ski pants. So that's why I'm trying this out. I'm like, oh, these are really warm. If I'm just wearing shorts underneath and they're warm, yeah, then for sure. If I'm wearing jeans, pants, slacks, whatever underneath, I'll be even warmer. So. Yeah, so because like some people here in Canada could travel to the U.S. and people could travel in the U.S. to Canada, right? By car too, right? So, although that's a little bit different, right? Because obviously you're in a vehicle, you're not that far. You don't have to fly to get home, right? You're not overseas, over the ocean, right? So if you got stranded, it's a little bit different. For example, right? But
yeah,
still have stuff with you. The idea is so just in case something happens, you have something to still get home with, right? Because remember how I told you that story? I think I mentioned it here a couple of weeks back, where that people were visiting California, whatever, left their passport in the vehicle, it got broken in, and now they're in a foreign country without a passport, no ID, no cash, none of that. You know how hard that is? Oh, that'd be so
That's good,
painful.
Warren.
That'd be so painful to go through.
This specific wallet, this is RFID protected.
Yeah.
But it also has NFC communication. It's protected against NFC too. So
yeah, and I'm definitely going back inside. My phone's dropping too fast.
So
I'll be right back.
This one is really good, actually. Never failed me. And this you can fit 5 cards in this one. So
yeah. Well.
Yeah, they're in China. Everything is done by the phone. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's another reason why to have the battery bank with you, so you have independent power. Like, let's just say something happens to the grid, power outage, or whatever. You want to still have power for your phone.
Yeah.
All right. So things do happen.
It's almost
or
like
could
a
happen.
Faraday cage.
Yeah. Right. You know, most of the time trips, nothing happens, right?
Yeah.
Many of the trips, nothing happens, right? But things could happen.
But it's better to be safe rather than sorry. So.
Yeah, because you don't want to go for the hassle of, I didn't get travel insurance. My passport is gone. I don't have any money to get back, right? Because then you got to go through all this hassle, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I guess start a GoFundMe or whatever, right? Just the hassle of all that, and relying on other people to help you out unnecessarily. Like, granted, stuff happens, but if you try to prepare for it, mitigate the issues that could happen. You know what I mean? Versus having to rely on something unnecessarily. When I first came into the street, into the panel here, when I first joined, I was at 90%. I'm down to 36.
Okay.
That's how fast that was. 33. Yeah. My phone's still dropping, and I'm inside. Hopefully, it'll start warming up. Maybe I should try to warm up my phone here. So yeah. So, I mean, there is some stuff you can take on a plane that's still I think Preparedness Veteran said paracord or something like that. I guess you could bring a bracelet, wear a bracelet if you wanted to. It's probably good still, I would hope.
Yeah. I don't think a bracelet would be a problem.
Yeah, I'd be like, there's no metal in it, right? It's not one of those bracelets that even has, like, the hidden ferrocerium rod with striker, right? It's just a plastic buckle. Bless you. Your wife always sneezes every time and again.
Yeah.
All the time. I notice that every single time. Oh my gosh, my phone's still dropping.
Daryl says it is very risky traveling these days because of lockdowns, red dragon, etc. Because you may get stuck there. Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Gosh. I thought it was bad overheating my phone. Cold is worse. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's just paracord and plastic, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you. Well, you can always practice your knots at the airport, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Practice. I'm braided all, rebraid it, braid it again. I braid it. Practice a couple knots.
Yeah.
Always Americans. Could be useful. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, my phone's finally going back up. You know, I actually had to rub it against the carpet, try to get some friction, warm it in my hand. I think it's because my phone's cold still. Oof. Oh, glad I did that test.
Yeah.
Clearly, I am not streaming outside when it's this cold, or on a panel when it's this cold. It's not.
No, that is not a good idea.
Yeah.
I usually have my.
I'll be right back.
When it's really cold, I usually have my phone in a pocket on the inside on my jacket. Because that is the closest pocket to the body. So
yeah, I think if I was running a battery bank instead of plugging it in directly open, it would have been better because I could keep it in my pocket, but can't see the chat.
Yeah, no, you can't see the chat.
Yeah, that's why I said you have to relay it to me.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't even opened the chat window. Now I am, but who's here? Hi, Grumpy.
Yeah.
The real Warren. Oh, you're too good. Is Kaylin still here?
I don't know. Yeah, she might. Kaylin might be still here. I don't know, but she might be lurking. I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, have a battery bank and stuff with the charging it because it's one of your lifelines.
Dear Love Survival says yes, and hands-free headphones, earplugs, and Idaho is still here.
Yeah, I don't usually bring earplugs because I'm usually wearing a headset, but you know, if people wanna, right, at the airport or wherever, or on the airplane itself, right? Because I know it's loud too, right? So people want quietness when they're sleeping, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially on those international flights that you're traveling 13 hours, right? Overseas, eventually you gotta get some rest. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah, Kaylin is still here. She says spooking the litter box.
Oh, I thought you said spooking.
No, skooking.
Yeah.
Spooking. Actually, I never heard that. I never heard that word before, so that's new to me.
Oh, skooking. I think she meant scooping.
Yeah, scooping. Yeah.
That's why I thought you said spooking. I like spooking.
Yeah, it says.
Yeah, I can see the chat.
SCOOKIN.
Yeah, I get the chat. Back up. Oh yeah, my phone's back up to 48. Oh yeah, it's more back up. Yeah. So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, let's see. What else there? I'm trying to remember some of the stuff that I've done in the past. Help me out, right? Kind of do some research beforehand whenever possible, right? Especially now that we have more online access to Google Maps, all this stuff. Especially if you're traveling to a specific, let's say, more urban type of area, right? Even a wilderness type of scenario, like a national park, you can still do some research beforehand, right?
Yeah, especially if you're going to hiking and camping in another country.
Like, there's probably so many people out there that's done videos on it. You can kind of take a virtual tour of it, right? Maybe it's a year old. Well, hey, you still have some information. It's like, oh, hey, this is where I'm going to be staying. And, you can take a virtual tour with people, right? Even before you get there and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. And if you are going, let's say, to Canada or US, and you're going for a camping and a hiking trip,
yeah,
it doesn't hurt if you do some research on the fauna, what kind of plants and things like that beforehand,
yeah.
and
I mean,
the terrain and everything like that. That
yeah,
can be a good
like
thing.
even like it's one thing if you're going for longer than 2 weeks into a place, but if you're going under 2 weeks, you can usually get an extended weather forecast that far out. And of course,
Yeah.
when you get there, you keep looking at it when you get online. Just keep looking at the forecast in advance, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like
And
that.
Grumpy
And,
says the guide with you. Yeah, that's a good option.
yeah. Right? Someone that knows the local area and stuff like that. I mean, usually people are visiting relatives. Usually.
Usually,
Well,
yeah.
usually, right? So they'll tell you. You can always call them up beforehand. And they'll relay information and be like, hey, how warm is it over there? What's going on over there, right? What's the political scene over there? Is there civil unrest, whatever, right? Stuff like that. That way you kind of know the knowledge part of this of preparedness, right? Just knowing things in advance, right? It's like, okay, right? It's gonna be hot there. It's gonna be cold there. It's gonna be rainy, and there's chance of showers or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Oh, this warm coffee is helping.
Yeah. Grumpy says now taking clients for 2024 Michigan visitors. And if you are going to do a hiking and camping trip in, let's say, Canada or US,
I mean,
it's
it's
a
one
good
thing.
thing. It's a good thing to stick to the trails and those specific camping spots. I think that is
Yeah,
a good idea.
yeah. Mark paths and stuff like that. Like coming back to that example of what I said on that episode of I Shouldn't Be Alive. Yeah, well, they went off the path too far and couldn't find the path back and missed their bus to leave. And next thing you know, they're in the survival situation unexpectedly.
Yeah,
Literally with the clothes on their back, right? That's not the kind of trip you want to be on, or vacation or whatever, right? Because
I
usually on
agree with
vacations
that.
or trips, you're doing this stuff for fun, right? Excitement, to enjoy the trip, to get away from wherever you've been.
Hey,
Put
Bushcraft
yourself.
family, good to see you.
What's up, Bushcraft family? How you doing? So yeah, and a lot of this stuff you can apply if you're going on a road trip or even traveling within the country, right? Certain little things, right? Obviously, you're staying in the country, wherever you are. Obviously, you can bring a little bit more, right? Because you're obviously not flying or crossing the border, right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So you can bring tools or whatever. I'll just say that, right? But of course, you're gonna be aware of things from different provinces or states or whatever, right? Stuff like that. If you're traveling by car, well, you bring your car kit. right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that to help you out, right? Especially right now, right?
And it depends if you rent a car or have your own.
Yeah. You bring supplies with you.
It's easier if you have your own car because you can put your kids. You'll probably already have your kid in the car already, but
some sort of car kit, get home bag.
More, it's a little bit more tricky when you rent a car. Because you don't have the same options as if you own the car.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on road trips in the winter, right, and stuff like that. Like even the last one, it was an 8-hour road trip, right, in the winter, on 30, right. I made sure I brought at least, let's just say, longer distance get home bag with supplies in it. Like, well, because we were staying at a friend's place anyways, but I brought a sleeping bag, which doubled as a blanket for me when I was there. But if we were on the road, I could use it still. So multifunctional.
Yeah, I agree.
Multifunctional, right? Because when I arrived, everyone's like, "Hey, Sierra, do you need a blanket?" No, I brought a sleeping bag. You brought a sleeping bag? Well, yeah, it's cold outside. It was one of those multifunctional type of things, right? It was my excuse anyway, right? Right. So it served its purpose right there. It was nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Because a lot of these, like, I know we're specifically talking, you were specifically, the title says international, but
yeah,
let's remember, some people do road trips or travel within the country or state or province or whatever for visit people. So some of the stuff can still overlap. Just because you're not on a plane or on a train, you still have to be careful.
Yeah, another thing is if you are going to travel to internationally, another thing that is easy to forget if you are going for let's say hiking and camping trip, you pack those the camping gear and the knife and the things like that because you are going to do that trip and hiking and fishing trip. You have your fishing gear and knife. And you need that. You need that. But
situational or event specific items or gear, right, that you're doing, whatever it is.
So that is not a problem to get that through the customs because they see, okay, you have camping gear and fishing gear. Okay, you are going for a camping and fishing trip. Okay.
Yeah, like the people who are coming to the U.S. from the U.S. Hey, I'm going over to Banff, Jasper, here in Canada.
Don't pack things for a camping trip and you're going to let's say New York and you stay on a hotel.
Yeah,
that would be a little bit odd. Yeah.
What's the reason for coming into Canada? What's the reason for coming into the U.S. or whatever into the country, right? Because customs or TSA or whatever is going to ask you, what's your reasoning for coming in? They're not asking.
And they can.
Are you visiting friends? Hey, I'm going camping into Jasper National Park here. That's why I have this camping gear. Is it gonna be good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have seen on the customs on TV, Australian customs and even US customs. And when customs ask them questions about what they are going to, what are you doing with your visit here? And they say they are going to travel around and go to those places. And then they can't explain those
because
tourist, specific tourist places that
they
can't
raise
mention
red flags to security or TSA.
Yeah, so
and then when
good idea is to have that in your mind to
be straight up with it, because if you're holding somebody back or lying, they'll be like, "Why are you lying?" They'll be like, "Then I ask you more," because it's like, so you don't know where you're going.
Hey, BC Gerbs, good to see you, brother.
Hi, BC. They'll ask you, right?
Yeah, so
it's the same reason when you declare things you need to declare things, because if you don't get in trouble because, hey, you didn't declare this, right?
Yeah.
You're allowed this much in, but you didn't declare it. It would have been fine if you just declared it. Just be straight up, right?
So do your research about the area you are going to and places you are going to visit.
Mm-hmm.
And put them on and try to remember them. Okay, that's is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or otherwise you will have some issues with customs, and that
they're not going to be like, because they'll sense that you're lying to them, or that people are lying to them, or deceiving or holding back something, right?
Grumpy says, and once again you get to stay at the airport for 3 days. Yeah, if you're bad luck. Yeah. So
and speaking of
that can be a problem.
And speaking of international travel, it's technically because North America, Canada, and the U.S. have the longest I should say unsecured, but minimal secured, or what's the word that they use? Well, anyways, the border, right? There's border crossings here out west. Also, there's border crossings to the U.S. out in Canada out east, for Windsor, down in Ontario, and all that stuff, right? Well, people sometimes cross the border to do shopping, get something, travel, business, right?
Yeah.
Let's remember this one event that happened a couple of weeks back, right? That major, where that crossing got closed, right? That bridge got closed, right? And if you're a foreigner, you're from the U.S., you're in Canada, the border is closed, or whatever, right? Have maybe unexpectedly, right? Maybe have some cash with you so you could stay overnight if you have to, until that road closure is open again, or that bridge is open again, right? Because some people went for that, right?
And Grumpy says it's much less hassle to buy what you need when you get there than try to explain anything to the TSA. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. And Dara Love Survival says bird nest soup. Yeah.
So always remembering that, things happen even day to day. For, the bridge is closed. The road's closed. Access is restricted, right? Your flights get delayed, right? And stuff like that due to weather and stuff like that, right? Very common still. I'm pretty sure that's not going to disappear anytime in the future, right? It's probably don't always exist, right? Now things like losing your passport is kind of more rare, but can happen. Most of the time, things go without hitch, right? Honestly, we've all been on trips and stuff like that. I've been on trips, goes without hitch, everything goes fine, right? Most of the time, it's like that. However,
Yeah.
there's exceptions every so often where you hear these stories about other people, right? It just takes that one instance or change of fate in this case that you become in that situation, right? Where, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Idaho Garden Girl says, if you have a plan, you are much better off. If you have no plan, then they really wonder why you want to come in. And I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because they'll be like wondering. Because usually in trips are planned, right? So when it's unexpected, they'll be like, so why are you here? What's the reasoning for entering Canada or the US or whatever country, right?
Yeah.
You know, because you got to declare that. Because also these things like, yeah, because they don't want anyone coming into the country randomly without a reason. Right? Just the way it is. Just the way it is. They don't want random people just coming into the country without a reason, right? Whatever
Yeah.
it is. You know, just have a legit reason. Whatever it is. Business pleasure, whatever business, you know. Hey, I'm coming in. What's your reasoning for entering the US? I'm heading to Comic Con.
Yeah.
Right? I'm heading to the Star Trek convention. All right? Just say it. All right. This is why, right? Then at least you may have a better chance if you have to bring
Yeah.
in something more specific. And declare things.
Kaylin says it only takes one little incident to really screw you over on a trip. Yeah.
Yeah, because they'll just make it like where it's just like you're not having fun anymore. It's not fun anymore, right? You're not enjoying the trip
Yeah.
anymore.
And
Oh,
Dear Love Survival says, and always have a plan B when traveling in another country, route
oh,
home. Yeah.
by the way, because we were
Yeah.
glasses, Kaylin, me, you, bring your spare glasses when you're traveling, especially if you're traveling internationally or for like flights. Because I've seen this once where I was traveling with people, right? And someone fell in the water. We were really close
Yeah.
to shore, right? Really close to shore. So her husband dived in, right? We met them on the shore, right? Because we could see the shore. It's not that far away. However, she lost her glasses because that. But luckily, she brought a spare. She had a spare set at the hotel.
Yeah.
Just saying, right? Backup, right? All right. So
Yeah.
she didn't have to until we got back to the hotel. She didn't have to, from after that, she didn't have to worry about. Well, I can't see for the rest of the trip. Like, like if I take off my glasses, I'm like, I'm not gonna enjoy this trip as much because now I can't see the landmarks. I can't see the sights as much. All right.
Yeah.
Right. So just something to keep in mind. All right. And
That is a good point.
that happened back to me in 2004. I remember that. So I remember that. Like, yeah, spare glasses. Just yeah. Because I was traveling with some older people. They're older,
Yeah.
much older than I am. Actually, they're probably older
Yeah.
than Kaylin too. Older than you and Kaylin at that time,
Yeah.
right? So and stuff like that. I mean, like, we met them on the shore. We helped them back, right? Basically, they went back to the
Yeah.
hotel to go change, and we met them
Yeah.
back later that day. So stuff like that can happen. So that's a real world example I have for that. So bringing a spare pair of glasses, especially if you're going overseas or to a different country or far enough out, right? You know what I mean? Especially like on a boat or whatever, right? That'd be nice, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because you're not getting your
Yeah. I
glasses
know
back
what
if
you
they
mean.
drop in the water. Probably not. You know what I mean? But it would be able to
Yeah.
see the rest of the trip. You know what I mean? Because like the depending on how good your vision is or how bad your vision is, it's like, honey, can you see in the sun? I don't have my glasses anymore. Remember, I guess when does it depart? And you're trying to, right? You're just more hindrance, I guess, right? Because now you gotta rely on someone else to help you see either close up or far distance, right? Depends if you're nearsighted or farsighted. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
because I'm nearsighted, so
yeah, I'm nearsighted too.
Yeah, so I can't see far. So if I don't have my glasses, I can't see landmarks. I can't see signs. I can't, like, I'm at the airport and I can't see the terminal board. I would have to be so up close to it and squint and do all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So.
Kaylin says having spare glasses has gotten me out of the jam a few times. When the newer pair broke, I had another pair at home. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, exactly. Because it just takes that one instance that stuff happens, right? I mean, like, even if it's not dropping your glasses in the water, it could be because, you're overseas, right? And something happens, right? At least now you know you still have a spare pair in your suitcase or at the hotel or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Because, your glasses breaking or losing, it doesn't matter where you are. It can happen anywhere at any time.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right? And you just become less effective because now you can't see. You're usually as far for most people because more people are nearsighted versus farsighted.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the things I learned from on that trip, amongst some other things, right? Even having spare cash on you, right? I remember being on this road trip in Toronto, right? The temperatures were supposed to fall. They didn't bring enough clothes with them, so they had to go into a Walmart, buy clothes, like a shirt, sweatshirt, just because they had to. So, stuff like that too, right? So, stuff like that, it's not help you out. It's just, it'll just make the situation just that much more comfortable, a little bit more manageable versus, I don't have my glasses. Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because ideally, like I said, you want to enjoy your trip. Ideally, for every trip, vacation, whatever, ideally you want to enjoy the trip and be able to get back home after, right? And tell the stories, right? Ideally, right? You don't want to be
Yeah.
you don't want to be calling people and it's like, I lost my passport, whatever. All right. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I know.
just kind of mitigate the situation that could happen, right? Lost the glasses, whatever, right? Because you won't enjoy the trip as much, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why you make that. Why you make the trip, to enjoy it.
Yeah, right. We go on vacations and go on trips to enjoy the experience of it, right? To get away from home for a little bit, you visit people and stuff like that. You want to enjoy it, right? You want, because if something happens, it's just a mood killer. It's just a buzz kill, right? It's just like, right?
Yeah.
Because people can pick that up.
Survival says I have a Fresnel lens in my wallet if I lose my glasses. Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And Grumpy says, and do not forget prescriptions for any medications you're bringing, including over the counter. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Especially if you do require them.
Yeah, and it can be a nightmare to get the medication you need if you forget to bring them.
Yeah. I mean, it could be as simple as like, hey, I'm going over here. I'm gonna go rafting or canoeing, but it's far enough away, right? Let's just say 8-hour drive at least, or whatever, right? Or crossing the border to do it, right? Yeah, you bring those spare glasses. I think that'd be a smart idea, just in case, because things happen. Honestly, like I said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, remember, like, I know Bob said it earlier about not bringing a wallet. I don't bring an actual thing that looks like a wallet. Because, like, if you, like, everyone knows what a wallet looks like, a bifold or trifold or whatever, right? So I bring something that doesn't look like a wallet at all.
Yeah.
That way it's a little bit less obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean.
Like, if I'm pulling out cash or whatever, like, let's just say you got some cash on hand, whatever amount, right? I don't want to. People want to be looking or whatever, right? Over my shoulder, whatever, right? I don't want to. So if I'm pulling out cash, I'll do it away from people before I get to the register or pay for it, have to pay for it or use it, right? And be like, it'll be in my hands already, right? You know, like let's say a bunch of 20s or 100 in my hand, I'll just be in my hand. I'm not pulling it out of a wallet, just in my hands already, right? So people can see the money, however, they don't see I have more of it, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of be
Yeah,
like,
I know.
just what you're paying for something nice and fast, it has to wait, right? Versus people looking over your shoulder. Hold on, I gotta pull out, open, grab it out of my wallet, grab it out of my pocket, and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because then you be distracted, then people are looking over. It's like, hey, right? Just like how Bob was saying about like, or being pickpocketed, or
Yeah.
people might notice that, and it's like, I don't want to be targeted for that, right? Just like how we were saying, you know, if you have to withdraw cash, do it at, like, I think Bob said about a mall, an actual
Yeah.
bank, right? Don't do that. Don't pull out money, especially if you're not. And like, I wouldn't even do it even at home or where I live, right? Pull out money at night,
Yeah.
right? Absolute last resort, right? It's just, it's just, it's just more dangerous, more likely that something could happen. All right, because then you got to be
Yeah,
very
exactly.
special. You have to be very careful about facial awareness, right? You know, especially if you're alone, right?
Yeah, especially if you're alone. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Because most people go, you know, it's you know, your parents going on vacation, they go together, right?
Okay,
And stuff
dear
like
love
that.
survival. Take care, buddy.
Take
Stay
care of the
safe
real,
and God bless.
all right, and stuff like that. You want to try to travel in groups. Like all my international, travels were with our people
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right? So, you know, I always, we're in it together, right? Because, if something happens, then it affects me because now we're gonna probably not get delayed or whatever. We're gonna have to wait for them or stuff like that, or they don't have to rely on us or whatever, right? It's just better to avoid the situation that way. No one has to rely on anyone else unexpectedly. Is that, you know what I mean? Like I don't mind helping people out in our party or whatever, but it'd be nice to know that, oh hey, I don't have to fork over this $200 for you to get glasses while we're overseas because you lost your glasses. Oh, you brought a spare pair.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right, that kind of thing, right? Because then you become less of a burden, right? Because you kind of, I knew I might lose my glasses or whatever. I've heard Sarah's told this story, so I'm gonna bring my glasses, spare pair, right? Okay, good. All right. Especially if you're far, far from home, right? Like
Yeah.
overseas, 13-hour flight over, right? And stuff like
Yeah.
that, right? I don't want to deal with that if I don't have to. Like I said, be less of a burden to everyone else. your party.
Jairo Jaramillo, welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Hello. Yeah. Happy New Year to you, dude.
Thank you, Jairo.
Mr. Moore's in the house with us. Mr.
Joseph Moore, good to see you.
We got some more people joining us.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys, for coming in. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't traveled as much as Bob or Preparedness Veteran. That's why I let them talk first. But I do have my own. Yeah. I do have my own stories. I do have my own experiences that, to keep in mind, like the glasses, for example, and stuff like that, right? Because, I mean, it's not to push you into quote unquote survival mode or high stress situation, but it would reduce your joy of the trip a little. If you didn't have your glasses to see the landmarks and to see the sights, right? Right? And your spatial awareness reduces because you can't see as far, right? You can't see certain things as clearly. Actions, body expressions, body movements and stuff like that from other people, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's just like it's just for example, like even a hearing aid. If you ever wear a hearing aid, right? Maybe bring a spare one if you have a spare one, right? Because if you lose one and you're away from home, where you have your spare one, you're less effective, right? Now I have to shout to someone, right? They can't hear me unless I'm shouting, right? And they can't hear certain things like traffic, whatever, right? If noises, certain things, right? Because now they have to be quote unquote screamed to or shouted to so they can actually hear or whatever.
Yeah.
Or
and Kaylee says, when I went to Mexico, I took an alarm clock. A couple of members of a group did not. They regretted that mistake since we were doing group activities like attending classes, so we had to get up early. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, nowadays, that was back in '86, right? Nowadays, everyone would just set an alarm on their phone per se, or if you're at a hotel, you get a what's that called? A morning call. Yes. Morning call, isn't it? Or what's that phrase see, I haven't been traveling so much, and then I'm forgetting the expressions. They say, but yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I know Bob said about knowing if you're staying at a hotel, know the exits. I mean, one of the things when I went to these hotels or whatever, I went around the building, just check it out. I want to see it, and as an excuse, I used that as an excuse, but reality was I just wanted to make sure that I knew where things were, right? This is the emergency staircase, right? This is the back door, back entrance. This is the front entrance, right? This is, the desk, as they say, right? The main desk and all this stuff.
Who says wake up call?
Yeah, damn it! I can't believe I forgot what that was called. See, yeah, wake up call. Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking morning call. Yeah, but yeah, so I had someone visiting me, right? But they were staying at a hotel, right? But I went to go visit them for a night, right? I was even looking at it, right? I was even looking at okay, this is the staircase, right? And all this other stuff, right? How many doors down is it to the staircase? It's just like on a flight, on an airplane. You count how many seats to the exit, right? Because it's very important, just in case if the cabin fills with smoke, feel your way. It's 6 away on the left side. that kind of deal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially useful if you're actually in your seat at that time. A little bit more tricky if you're in the washroom or somewhere else on the plane, but hopefully it would come down to that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, by the way, everyone, especially the females, right? You'll see it on, especially in the real world or even on like movies or whatever, right? Don't wear high heels if you're sliding down the slide on an airplane, right? You don't want to puncture it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Take off, all right, because you don't want to puncture it, because it just makes it worse for everyone else. Stuff like that, right? Stuff like that, right? Pay attention to what the flight attendants tell you, right? That safety checklist or whatever, right? I mean, I always pay attention to that because I know better. Because if we got to use it, it would be not good to know just in case. Of course, nothing's ever happened, right? But just in case, right? You want to know that stuff in advance, right?
Yeah.
It's in the back of my mind, but just in case, I'll bring it back from the back of my mind. It's like, okay, I got to rely on this now, right? Because in the heat of the moments, right? Stress, whatever, right? You don't think as clearly. Your adrenaline's rushing, right? You don't think clearly, right? So always remember, okay, I counted 6 seats. It's on the left side, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another exit 12 seats behind me on the right side or whatever, right? Something like that. Because you want to be, it's just like at a hotel you're staying at, right? Stuff like that happens, right? Or can happen, right? Because also, especially if you're
Hey,
in different
Nancy,
parts.
good to see you.
Hi, our treasure home. Hi. But yeah, stuff like that. I'm always remembering that kind of stuff all the time now. Let's see. What else about traveling? I mean, what else? Yeah, bring enough cash on hand, or at least access to it. Just bunch of, just in case, hey, I gotta stay an extra night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I gotta wait for it. It's my flight's getting delayed by 4 days, but I can only stay at the airport for free. So I gotta stay an extra night at the hotel or whatever, right?
Okay, Jairo, no problem.
Yeah.
Hugo says, and like they said earlier, if you get drunk on the flight, you may not be able to handle an emergency as well. I agree with that.
And speak of which, that reminds me, because when I turned 8, well, actually, because on the same flight that I was on going to Toronto from here, right? I asked this question because we have different age for drinking, right? I asked, since because I wasn't old enough to drink anyways, but hypothetically, I was asking, so, but basically, the stewardess said, like, because in Ontario, you have to be 19 to drink. Our places in Canada, 18, right? But what they told me is that if you're 18 and you're going to, like, say, Ontario, like Toronto, for example, here in Canada, you can drink until you touch ground in Ontario, in Toronto, or it's basically it's the age where you left until you reach the ground, right? For
The
example,
grumpy old guy says, learn the language, or at least enough that you know why you're getting beaten up. Yeah.
Well, that's not just that. I said about pictures, right? Because now we have access to phones, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you can't say the word toilet or let's say washroom, whatever, have a picture of it. If you point at it, people will know what that is. Pictures are more international versus language, right? Like you know what I mean? Like those symbols that they use in shopping malls, bubble, on planes and all that sort of stuff, restrooms and all that stuff. People know that kind of international, like, picture, right? If you point at it, people will be like, they can just point, even if you don't know the language good enough, right? You know what I mean? Let's say you're going to France, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Something like that, and you don't know, your French is very rusty, right? You're like, you barely can pronounce les toilettes or whatever. You barely know how to say bonjour, right? And it's just like, but if you point to it, people will be like, just those pictures, right? Just have kind of like tax, maybe even have a picture of your hotel that you're staying in. It's like,
That's good, Grumpy.
and they might be able to help you or whatever, right? But yeah, if you do, languages would help or at least enough to get by, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even having a picture of your hotel.
They usually collect up any cups before landing. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but in terms of like knowing, like even if you're staying at a hotel right now, right? Take a picture of it so you can refer back to it, especially if you have your phone on you. Anyways, right? That way you can just refer to it. You know what I mean? Like just so you can refer to it.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's not gonna take up that much room on your phone, right? You just not highlight it, but bookmark it, so to speak, right? And just reference it, right? Like where your hotel is, right? That way, even though if you can't pronounce the hotel or whatever, but it could be a thing like you just can't speak for some reason, or you're not thinking straight or whatever, right? You could just, if you still have your phone with you, you could just swipe, like, and point to it, right? They can look at the screen. It might say the name of the hotel, and they would probably assume, oh, that's probably the hotel they're staying at. I would assume if someone was showing me that that's the hotel that's where they want to go, or where is this, right? All right, because pictures can bypass the language barriers, right?
Yeah.
A lot better than trying to remember certain words, right? Now I'm not saying rely on it heavily, but use it as an additional form of a contingency, or right, stuff like that, right? And so additional as part of your contingency plan, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Where you've seen visual, maybe you have that map on you. Maybe you took in a virtual tour, right? You took in the pictures of certain very important things, right? You picked up a couple of phrases or certain keywords to say, right? Using all of that, right? And hopefully you have one of those options available to you, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, with that.
And stuff like that, right? Because you might come across someone that you can't communicate to. Well, hey, you get a picture now, all right? Your phone's not working. Oh, I have let's say, it's like having the business card or at the hotel or whatever, right? Something like that, right? The little business card of the hotel, or you brain it down, one of the two, right? It's on the back of your phone.
Yeah.
Your phone's not on. Your phone's cracked because of this situation that happened, but you have the business card or the name of it written down in the native language, whatever it is, French, whatever, Italian, whatever, right? Portuguese, whatever, right? And people that's native to that area can be like reading it. It's like, oh, they would probably assume, hey, they're probably trying to get back to that place. You point to it, it's like, and you just do even universal type of sign language, right? You move your index finger and your middle finger as like you're walking, right? You're trying to get there, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to get back home. You know what I mean? Because your passport's there.
Yeah, I know.
For example. Yeah, so something to keep in mind. I mean, and that doesn't take that much, but you just have to be more proactive about doing that kind of stuff, right? Because it doesn't take much to do it. It's just you just gotta do it in advance, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And Hoga says, I become a mime when I don't speak the language. If they don't understand, at least it's amusing. Yeah.
Hey, CB, I'm giving you a shrug emoji. It's like, right. That's why I said, trying that stuff, right? Because sometimes, like I said, pictures, sign language, type of body movements can not transcend, but it can overcome the language barriers at times, right? Especially you're overseas, a foreigner, whatever, right? English isn't your native language, or, I'm not just going to the US, I'm visiting France, Paris, I don't know, whatever, Berlin,
Yeah.
I don't know, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know.
I think that would help quite a bit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
hey, it could be like I don't know like the picture of the embassy in that area or whatever, right? The name of it too, right? Stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that might help too, right? So it would, you don't know much of the native language there, but you have a picture or have it written down. People be like, they can read it, see it, right? Bypass that language barrier and be like, oh, they're trying to find the embassy. I mean, they would say it in their own native language, whatever it is, right? But it would help. I would imagine it would help in certain situations. And it doesn't take that much effort. You just have to do it in advance and be proactive about it, right? Grab that business
Yeah, I
card, write it
agree.
down, take a picture of it beforehand, have a screenshot of it, right? Simple things you can do even before you go at times, right? Or before you
Yeah,
leave the
exactly.
airport, before you leave the hotel for the day or whatever, right? As soon as you get there, right? Kind of deal, right? I mean, I haven't been traveling much lately, but I probably would consider those things now if I did do in terms of international type of travel, like where I'm kind of outside of Canada or away from somewhere where I'm not familiar with, right? You know what I mean? Like even if I was
Yeah, I
going
know
a
what you
different
mean.
province, whatever, right? I would, let's just say, just so I wouldn't get lost, I'd take a picture of where I'm staying. Be like, you know what I mean? Hey, I'm trying to find this. Can you help me out, please? Sorry to inconvenience you. Excuse me. Excuse-moi. You're trying to, you only know so
Yeah.
much, and you're trying to relay that information. All right.
Take care, Grumpy.
Take care, Grumpy.
Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Um, take care and stay safe. God bless, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, always, of course, I guess what goes without saying, tell people where you're going when you're expected back. Like anything. I think no matter what. No matter what, right? I think that's probably
Yeah.
rule number one, almost, when it comes to traveling or going anywhere in general. Regardless if you're in town, out of town, going to the country, coming from the country into a town, going to another state, province, country, whatever, over the border or not, train, plane, automobile, right? Let someone know where you're going. Just so, you know, where you can relay information to them or they can relay information to you, right?
Yeah.
Like even if you're going camping or whatever, right? Just relay it, right? Because sometimes it's just like, maybe you don't have maybe you have cell service, like, you can talk on the phone or whatever. You don't have data to pick up internet, right? But hey, someone can relay information to you about, the weather changing or whatever because, they have that, right? And they just text it or call you. It's like, hey, be ready. It might be really hot tomorrow or whatever, right? something like that.
Yeah.
Because when you have information, you can do more with it. But when you don't know stuff, then it's just like, you don't know what to do because you can't make an informed decision now. Because you didn't know the information or can't relay that information, right? Because it takes, you know what I mean? Like, because it would suck being over in a foreign country, don't know the native language now as well as you want. You didn't take any pictures, like a tourist usually does, of like, and you took pictures, but there are places that are not your hotel, not where you're staying or whatever, right? And something happens, and now you're trying to communicate that stuff out, and now now you're trying to find someone that speaks English or someone that can help you translate or stuff like that. Like, I know there's apps out there that can help you translate. Some of them do need data connection or Wi-Fi to use. So it'd just be easier to just be more proactive, have things offline, store or don't rely on internet access for it. Maybe even write it down, put it on the back of your phone, everyone has a case for their phone, right? Just slip that business card or that hotel card, whatever business card, the name of it or whatever, stuff like that, so you can refer to it. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Because it could be useful.
Yeah.
It's not just for yourself, it's to help other people, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Stuff like that. It's like, no, I'm just thinking of like, let's say you had a seizure. Like, I always remember your wife, right? How she went through one, right? It's that same thing. Like, what happens if you guys were outside the country, somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
She can't communicate that. Let's say if she was on her own, right? People would start to look for wallets, IDs, maybe something on the phone, right? I'm pretty sure nowadays people are more aware than people put things on. I would, if something happened, if I just saw that, I'd be like, I can't access their phone. Maybe they write down on the back of their phone, right? Or have something in their purse, right? Or something like that I can get more information. I was like, oh, they're a foreigner. I mean, they're on vacation or whatever, right? They're staying at this hotel, right?
Yeah.
Then the information can get relayed back, right? Or at least maybe it would help the situation better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Kaylin says a friend here sent hunting. She set up her camp and when her Mr. Heater crapped out, she was able to call or text home, and because she shares the house, the other heater was brought out and the bed taken. Yeah. Having that second heater at home made her much more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Her trip much more. Yeah.
Yeah. She had a primary, but that had an alternative contingency, emergency type of plan, heater in place, whatever it is, knowledge, whatever it is. So, yeah.
Yeah, especially when you need, if that is the time of the season, you need to have a heater in your tent, in your camp. So that can be horrible if you don't have it. So.
So like always, Shadow, I always ask you every single time at this time, what's the topic for next week?
Well,
I always ask you that. You know that I always ask you.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to be proactive so I can come up with some ideas or an excuse not to join. One of the two. Just kidding. But the former, not the latter.
I had in mind, it's one of PV's suggestions again. And I think that is something he will enjoy.
Do we have to wait for the topic, or are you gonna tell us?
I'm gonna tell you. Fitness for the SHTF.
Well, so everyone, make sure you walk over here next Saturday, 4 hours before, wherever the time is right now, and join us again with ShadowScoutSwede and Preparedness veteran. And maybe randomly I'll join at the end to kind of, add a few words at the end. I'll just add a couple sentences or whatever. Actually, next week will be nicer for me. It's supposed to. Actually, the temperatures don't rise, relatively speaking, throughout the week. It'll be much nicer next week. At least for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, for people that live more east, it's just the way it is. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer because I know out east now it's just getting colder. Right.
Yeah, we will probably next week we will have somewhere between minus 19 to minus 30 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. Well, for me, I'll be seeing above freezing next Monday, supposedly. We'll see. It's still like 10 days out, but we'll see. It looks promising, anyways.
Yeah.
It generally looks like that trend will be warmer next weekend. Maybe it's not. Maybe it'll be -2, -1, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see this extreme cold like this weekend, like right now, next week.
Yeah.
So I just gotta get through the next 48 hours. No, 72 hours actually. I keep forgetting. It's supposed to be well below -22 Fahrenheit, -30 Celsius until like at least Tuesday afternoon. So, it'll still be a while. Oh, by the way, everyone, I have I put out a special shorts for today, right now, or 7 minutes ago. Hey, I rarely do self-promotion on your channel. You know that. I rarely do
I know.
That.
Yeah,
only
I know.
When it's applicable. Only because I don't actually like doing that on those channels. Even if they ask me, I just don't like doing it much.
Yeah.
I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the host, whoever it is. I'm not here to promote my stuff. However, it is related to what I'm talking about. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called layers. Dress in layers. Trust me. And of course, like always, test out your stuff the best you can. Know the range or the limitations of the gear.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Regardless if it's summer, regardless if it's winter or summer or whatever. Regardless if it's a generator, regardless if it's a piece of clothing, regardless if it's a piece of tech or anything. Just know it. Because it's information, right? The more information you have, the more of a the better decision you can make. Because now you have all the information to make a proper choice or a proper decision, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Whatever it is, right? And try stuff out, like I said. See, like even for me today on the stream, right? Apparently I can't stream when it's that cold, even when it's plugged in and exposed. My battery still starts to drop. So now I know I need a battery bank, and it needs to be like underneath my jacket if I'm gonna try this again. Because clearly that did not work. That's a good thing. Because Shadow, I was gonna try it out with the stream, but thank goodness I decided not to do it now. Because clearly it's not gonna work that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an excuse to join you. Too. Oh no, I mean I love join. I like joining your panel all the time. It's like I'm almost here every single week, almost every single week with you somehow. Somehow I'm always like in the back. Somehow I always bring up the backside of the stream.
Yeah.
The latter half of the stream. Preparedness, mentioned Bob, Four, Haven, Guardian Fitness, amongst other people. They bring up the former or the first half of the stream. I bring in the latter half.
Yeah. I agree with that, Kaylin. Cold sucks battery life like a thirsty runner sucks down water. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Take it seriously. Take winter seriously. Because it bites.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant.
Well, Ciara, I think it's time to wrap things up. It's late now.
Oh, I know.
So
it's that time.
It's after midnight. It's after midnight.
Yeah, I know that time. I know that time.
Yeah. So thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate that. It's always good to see you guys. So I will see you next week, same time, same day.
And as Shadow would say, take care, everyone. Stay safe.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Yeah. I knew there was something else to that. See you, everyone.
See you. You're very welcome, Idaho Garden Girl.
Aww.
You're most welcome, Idaho.